Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So, the Department of Homeland Security is going to Charlotte. All right. So, immigration enforcement surged to Charlotte, North Carolina. Now, some of you might remember that very strange incident that happened on the commuter train, where this Ukrainian refugee, a felon, I think it was like had 12 felons or something crazy. Uh, I said it was like complete BS, right? But I guess they're using that as, or maybe they use that as an excuse to basically you need to go in there and take care of business. So I pretty much support all of that, but when I look at how they're using that, I'm like, why? All right, we already have problems. So what do you need to like throw in this? I have seen the horrific video of a beautiful young Ukrainian refugee who came to America to escape the vicious war in Ukraine and was innocently riding the metro in Charlotte, North Carolina, where she was brutally ambushed by a mentally deranged lunatic. Right? So, 14 times. So a total of 14 times. Cassius Bell. What the hell was he doing riding the train and walking the streets? Criminals like this need to be locked up. POTUS, right? So that is it's interesting how they're tying this in with the crime infested city of Charlotte. So what else is really going on there, right? Why are they using that as an excuse maybe to go in to Charlotte? Well, if there's criminal aliens in there, definitely. So I don't know. So I just watch everything. That's very suspect to me. Border Commander Greg Bovino has officially been spotted on the ground in Charlotte, North Carolina, where helping his men immediately began arresting illegals. The local Democrats are mad. The surge has arrived, no slowing down. So I don't know. Maybe they're taking away the Democrat, their voting base. I don't know, because no one else votes for them. So somehow, some way, there was plenty of a voting base, or they created a voting base in Seattle, because there was a woman that won. She's a socialist, Katie Wilson. Now, you guys probably know that I've mentioned her several times in other shows, that she's probably going to be selected, right? So they were doing the mail-in ballot counting. So they already had a Democrat mayor, and he was up for re-election. He initially won the election, and then, of course, the far left socialists that are taking over the Democrat Party, did the slow count. So they slowly counted while they're making sure no other ballots come in, and she barely won. Sounds like Joe Biden, right? Sounds like Joe Biden. Just barely winning in all those states after weeks of counting. Right? So they're the election stuff. I had guests on last night where we talked about in Shasta County how they did away with the Dominion voting machines. They voted them out. Now, will they vote them out in every county of the U.S.? They can. So it's up to. I think most of these counties are full of socialists already, so I don't think they're going to vote it out, guys. So we all said last night, all of us, Louis Herms, who's running for California governor, and the two Shasta County registrars for the voting process, that it's got to be military. President Trump has to make a declaration, and they have to go in and they have to fix this, because we're going to continually see more and more socialist Democrats and so forth that aren't elected are going to start to come into more and more offices, especially in 2026. If it doesn't happen by 2026, then say bye-bye to America, right? And then, of course, 28, we will absolutely say goodbye to America if it hasn't been done by then. So I don't know what the holdup is, but it's going to have to be done. We're moving. Maybe it's just like we just have to expose this stuff so that people can see. So Seattle candidate pulls ahead in mayoral race. A little A little more than a week after socialist New York City mayor elected Zohran Mamdani took the reins of the nation's largest city. I think this is like the fifth largest city on the West Coast. So she's never held a public office. Never held a public office. So she's perfect for the job, right? My God. So she's a progressive activist who operates a small nonprofit called the Transit Riders Union. The Transit Riders Union. That's her claim to fame. And she's held jobs. She was a barista, made the coffee. What else did she do? So, boatyard worker, apartment manager, lab technician, baker, construction worker, and legal assistant. Now, I believe that anyone should, from any walk of life, should be able to like step up and be elected, right? But I'm very, very skeptical of some of these people becoming elected, especially in this political climate where if you don't have a lot of money to get yourself ahead, it's very, very suspect. So I don't know. Did they spend a lot of money on her? If she had a lot of money behind her, that would be very suspect because she depends on her parents to help her and her husband to pay for child support because it's like really expensive, $2,200 a month. And who knows how much she and her husband make? I don't know. So she's going to do. She of course doesn't like police, right? Like all the socialists. So she's going to do with. Remember how in when we had the George Floyd riots, Seattle, there was a portion of Seattle where rioters took over the Seattle. They put up barriers and all kind of crazy stuff. The people that had businesses there were scared to come in there because there was all these criminals in there. And so, yeah, that's socialism, guys. So I guess Seattle hasn't found out. So the problem is our economy and the world. We're pretty much in I think we're in a recession already. So that's why we're having a lot of the young people that are saying, they can't make ends meet. We're in a recession, right? Of course, they hide that and usually don't find that out until months after the recession has started. But I think we're already in one. By all accounts, everything that's happening right now, everything's crazy. I saw David Wilcock he's been in Colorado, holed up in this house for like 3 years. Got divorced from his wife, so he's been living alone and doing shows, and he's not looking so good. Right? So looks like he lost a lot of weight. David, what's going on, man? So I was watching him, and he said, "Yeah, I had I guess he had problems with his bowels, right? So and he said he went to his local food store where he shops. I think he's a vegan. So he went there to shop, and in his words, the local supermarket could not afford to buy stock. So he had to make do with what he had. Wow. And well, of course that's Colorado, so it doesn't surprise me. The way they're holding Tina Peters and trying to, hold that whole state hostage. So the people in the farmers, the ranchers, and the real people, they don't believe in the socialism stuff. They know that Denver and other big cities are collapsing. It's happening all over the country right now, and it's because of Democrats, right? Socialism has never worked, yet they're pushing it because the people that are at the top of socialism make out better than everybody else to become billionaires, like the Maduro's families. They're billionaires, and their economy has collapsed. And the only way they keep it going is through drug trafficking. So that's what we're seeing in a lot of these cities, and that's what we saw, I believe, in Chicago. We're seeing it in Chicago, LA, and now Charlotte, North Carolina. So these Democrat cartel run, so just like Venezuela, cartel run, Mexico, cartel run. That's why everybody's rioting down in Mexico. They put up these walls. I saw them like arcing, where they're welding them together. All these metal walls in front of the palace, they're all torn down now, right? So, and the people are rioting, and who knows how long the people in the palace are going to be able to stay there. I don't know. So, it's happening all over the place. We're tired of the cartels running the show, and the cartels are the Democrat Party. The Democrat Party are running the cartels. They're part of it. So, and everywhere, of course, in these Democrat cities, because the cartels are bringing in drugs by massive amounts. It's not going to end unless we have President Trump eventually come in with the military. All right, so scrutiny grows over LA fire origins after bombshell report. Our Pearl Harbor moment. Reports that fire crews were ordered to leave original site of blaze prompt tough questions for city and LAFD, Los Angeles Fire Department leaders, LAFD. LA Times published a series of bombshell revelations about the initial response to the first blaze. It's kind of like the same thing that happened in Lahaina, guys. They put the fire out. They made sure the fire was out. They stayed there long enough to make sure the fire was out, and they left, and then everything started burning, right? And then everything burned in a way that there's no way it could have burned, as we know, direct energy weapon. So now they're trying to shift the blame. They're trying to blame the fire department, but let's look at the evidence that massive buildings that are basically concrete and metal and brick burned, and the trees that are all around them aren't touched. It's what part of stupid? It's like 9/11. If a bird hits a plane, it crashes, but yet these planes like just disappeared into those buildings and blew up and caused massive fire, which dropped those buildings into their footprint. It's some people still believe that. It's just insane to me. I didn't believe it the moment I saw it. I didn't believe it the moment I saw it that all these places burning the way they were burning, but yet they're going to try and push the blame. It's can we have somebody that has some kind of common sense and sanity come in and start, and not these psychopaths run the show? So psychopaths are running the show. Oh, that's politics as usual. No. Politics as usual should be they go bye-bye. All right, so Thomas Massey predicts 100 or more GOP members of Congress will vote to release Epstein files. So Trump came down on Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene, and both of them have really pushed the Epstein file stuff, which sounds good to me. Just release it, whatever. Let's see. Right. So no one's going to be held accountable, but let's look at it. Right. So, but for some reason, Trump doesn't want to focus on it. And so there's a lot of speculation of why he doesn't want to focus on it. Now, for me, I think Massey and Green and several others are to be their rhinos. They're not going to get reelected. So they're trying to make a cause, right, that kind of goes along with the Democrat Party, which they're supporting now, it seems like. So co-sponsors of petition to release Epstein files foresee growing GOP support for upcoming vote. So we're going to see what this is going to do. So they've already released some of these files, some of these emails. And Epstein, while he was in court, was live texting a Democrat congresswoman. So that came out. So I don't know. It seems like they just want to just throw everybody under the bus and try and misdirect because they're losing everywhere. Well, not in Seattle and New York, but pretty much everywhere else. We're waking up to their corruption, and we're pushing back on it. I think we could have a deluge of Republicans. There could be 100 or more. I'm hoping to get a veto-proof majority on this legislation when it comes up for a vote. Massey said he thinks Trump is trying to protect a bunch of rich and powerful friends, billionaires, donors to his campaign, friends in his social circles, and told his fellow GOP lawmakers that the record of this vote will last longer. Now, I've seen where Massey and Green have been at Democrat-led, free the Epstein files. And there were pictures of President Trump, Melania, Jeffrey Epstein, and Ghislaine Maxwell. You know how they have that one picture where they're like together? Like Trump is probably I've taken pictures with a lot of people. So it is ridiculous. I think we're not going to. I think it's going to be a nothing burger for the most part. Because how are you going to convict these people? Because a lot of these people went to yes, there was negative things that were going there, but I think a lot of the people that went there were cover. Just like a lot of Democrats are cover for some of these people that are doing adrenochrome harvesting and child sacrifice and pizza parties and all kind of crazy stuff in the White House. So I don't know that it's going to really go very far at this point. At some point, if we get some, at this point, they have complete control of the judicial system, guys. Pretty much, almost complete control of it, and they have rhinos and they have Democrats and reptilians. Like, geez, it's a mess. It's a total mess. Reptilians and the CIA. I talked to this woman. She's like, yeah, the first time I saw a reptilian at CIA headquarters, I was like, because you see it in their eyes. And they shape shift. So we have a reality that basically kind of like fades in and out. So when you focus your attention on manifesting, if you can hold your focus on manifesting something long enough, as the atomic structure, comes in and out, it will kind of focus that energy. Now with the reptilians, when they do the shape-shifting stuff, they're like, they get angry. It's hard for them to keep their shape. So if they get angry at something, you'll start to see them. They're not able to hold their focus. So that is what a lot of us have seen. I've seen them. Other people seen them. So I talked to this woman that worked at CIA. She's a lawyer and so forth at CIA headquarters, and she's like stunned. And she goes back to her office, and people are like, "What?" And she's like, "I think I just saw a reptilian." And she's like, "Yeah, we've all seen them. You'll get over it." Like, yeah, pretty much. So now he called me a traitor, and that is so extremely wrong, Green said during an interview on CNN's State of the Union with Dana Bash. So she's been going on The View, which is very leftist. All right. That would be like me going to a Democrat party that, hammered Trump. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I'm not going to do that. And I can hang out with Democrats and talk about all kind of stuff. But if they're going to have a party where they're going to hammer Trump, I'm like, I'm not going to that. But she's doing that kind of shit, and so is Massey. So they're not going to get reelected. All right, they're done. And so Trump knows that. So he's bashing them. He's bashing them, and he's got to do it. He's got to do it, guys. We have to have. He went through this in 2016, all the way to 2020, where he had all the rhinos that were bashing him back then. Trump makes Indiana rhino state senators famous in blistering takedown as they defy him on redistricting. President Donald Trump weighed in on a pair of, as you might have guessed, he wasn't very pleased with their actions. All right, Indiana's Republican Senate President pro tem Roderick Bray announced earlier this week that the chamber, controlled by the GOP, would not reconvene in December to vote on redistricting. Why? All right, so he railed against their politically correct cowardice. So this is what we're seeing the same thing from like 2016. Trump needs to come in and just slam these guys and get them out. Right? He was nice to these rhinos in the past, but this time he knows how he knows how to play the game. You go after them, you take them down, or they're going to take you down. Right? So that's what he saw in the last election cycle. So we're going to see them take it down. So if we look back in time, just refresh your memory. Remember Paul Ryan? He was the head. He was Speaker of the House. Speaker of the House, and he hated Trump. He's always talking shit about Trump. And he was seen when he finally left, when his time was done, and I guess a Democrat was elected because he wasn't going to. All these rhinos are like, I'm just here to help out the reptilians in the Democrat Party. So I'm just doing my thing, and then I get, a walled compound, which he had. And so all these people are like, no, we don't need a wall. And they have walls, right? Nancy Pelosi, Paul Ryan, all these people are like, we don't need walls. And they have walls, right? It's crazy. Even Paul Ryan, a Republican in name only, right? So Rhino. So that's what we see with Green and Massey. And then all these other rhinos that are there in Ohio. So they have to be called out, guys. They have to be slammed. President Trump is very good at slamming people. Remember when he was running for president back in 2016 or so, and there was Marco Rubio. So he called him Little Marco. He's got a perfect name for all these people. It's like Little Marco. And so Little Marco didn't make it, but he came back, right? He came back. He was very supportive. And so that's what we've seen with some of these people. Now, Mitch McConnell, another one. Mitch McConnell, Rhino. Now, Mitch McConnell got out of line, and the deep state basically slammed him. He had a fall, right? So that's what happens. They fall down. They fall down. They get hurt. He fell down, and he got stitches. Got 20 stitches in his face. We'll smash your face if you don't start voting for us. So remember, Fetterman came out and was like, I don't think we should shut down. So he voted for not shutting down, and he got his face smashed. His face smashed for it. It's dirty politics, especially on the Dem side. John Fetterman. So John Fetterman, and he's got body doubles like crazy, right? All right, John Fetterman, come on. There it is. Yeah, he's got his little face smashy, and it doesn't even look like he's got cuts, or it looks like they took something that looked like blood and smeared it on his face. All right, so let's look at this nonsense. John Fetterman stitches. All right, there we go. All right, so there's a picture of not a John Fetterman, right? Let's see if I can get some more images. There we go. This looks like John Fetterman right there. Let's go. So the many faces of John Fetterman. All right. So there's a little bit of crease to his nose there, but there's no, he has these crazy lines in his forehead. There's not any there. So you see this guy? Look at those lines in his forehead. Let me see if I can find one where he's got his nose is super smashed. Come on, pull it up. All right, so see all the different looking John Fettermans here? Fetterman released from the hospital, and he's telling everybody, well, thank you very much for supporting me while I had my face smashed by the deep state. Right. So here he is right here. Now, where's the stitches? Yeah, Black Friday. Black Friday stuff already. So where's the cut? I'm not seeing a cut. That doesn't look like John Fetterman. Do you see like those wrinkles in his head? No. Do you see he's got this massive, looks like somebody hit him with a baseball bat right here. Yeah, that's almost a straight face. That's a straight nose, and he looks a lot younger, and his eyes aren't as bright. So I say bullshit, 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 as Ole Demogard would say. And look at that John Fetterman face. That's a young-looking John Fetterman. Look at that goofy smile. Look at those ears are way out there. So what the F do you guys play this game all the time? So here's a side by side of a goofy looking John Fetterman and an even goofier looking John Fetterman. So here he is with Wifey Poo. All right. So what they give these guys like nice looking wives or something? So they'll play the game. I don't know. So I was looking at one earlier. This one might be it. No. So you see he's got the tattoos. Come on. All right. So you kind of see how his nose is like pretty slammed right there. See all the wrinkles. So you don't see that side of the face wrinkle. He's, that could be the John Fetterman. That kind of looks like him. But let's go back and here's all right. So he never did a debate, but yet he won. How about that? Yeah. Oh, those cheating Dems. Oh, those cheating Dems. Yep. And if you get out of line, they'll beat you up, slam you, right? Or if you're a rhino, you get out of line, they slam you, right? Mitch McConnell, he fell down, and remember when he fell down? He tried to talk, and he's like, and they're like, yeah, come over here, It'll take you over here. It's like Obama Biden. All right, so silver is in early stages of the bull market. Now, with the bull market, I believe that the bull market and stocks will go ridiculously higher. Right, we got a little bit of pullback, maybe a little bit more of a pullback, but like I've been saying, this thing's going to take off, guys. Yeah, we got a pullback in crypto. Probably crypto is going to go higher. It's going to be everything goes higher, and the bull market in silver is just beginning. So let me show you. Some people are very uninformed about this, so I love to help people make the wise choices that will help them go forward, because when the stock market crashes, it'll be the last thing to crash. So we're seeing the crash of everything, right? Everything's crashing, but the stock market has crashed the last couple of days. We'll see what happens on Monday and next week. But when everything crashes like that, the economy goes bad. And this is what we saw in the 70s and 80s. All right. So it was very, very tough time. Now in 2000, we saw the stock market crash because we had a .com bubble. We have an AI bubble right now. We saw in 2008, 2009, residential housing crash, market crash. We've already seen commercial real estate crash massively, and we're starting to see the process, and it's going to pick up speed of the residential market crash. And like you just heard from Dave Wilcock, his local grocer is not getting food. They can't afford it. So what's that? What's it going to do for the local community? There's no food to buy at the store. How about that? Wow. So we're already starting to move in these problems now. Further out, we will see a collapse of a lot of government services. The government just will not be able to afford them anymore. Like just every government service, retirement. Yeah, there may not be government retirement checks going out, guys. It could get that bad, right? So I don't think it's near term, but further out, we could see the stock market when we see the high in the stock market. Remember that number, because you won't see it again for probably a couple of decades, right? And you will see services collapse. You will see crazy stuff. Now, I believe there is a possibility that President Trump will mitigate some of that. I hope so. That's my belief. I don't know, but if you look at the numbers, you look at the past, it's not looking so good. Now, here is one. This is the U.S. dollar. So spot silver prices back in 1980, 2011, and the top silver prices. Now you see silver's already going higher, and it's going to go a lot higher. We're going to see, $500, $600 something silver at some point. Not tomorrow, not next year, but years out. If you can play the game another 4 or 5 years, add your positions. Now, here's where it says the secular bull market of the 1970s. The real price of silver rose by 1,860%. That's almost 19 times whatever it was. So if it was like $1, it went to $19. If it was $100, it went to $1,900. No, it was like I don't know, 50 cents, dollar, $2, something like that. And then it just blew up. So in 2000, and that happened over 98 months. That was fast. So in 2000, secular bull market, it gained 875% over 113 months. So far in the 2020s, it's only gone up 177% in just 37 months. So as you guys can see, based on these massive numbers from the past, now I believe that the April 2011 one was manipulated massively. They pressed the price down, and they pumped money into the system. So the stock market should have crashed quite a bit more, and it wasn't allowed to. So it was pumped back up, and that's why you had an interruption in the percentage of silver going up. So now look at this crazy one. This is the M2 money supply ratio. Now, this was where it topped in January 1980. It didn't hardly do anything because they came in and dumped money into the market. Now, because they didn't dump money into the market back here, we're still on the we weren't still on gold standard, but the 1970s bull market we were, but then we went off. Nixon took us off at 73 or something like that. So after that, everything blew up, right? The price just blew up. It was basically contained, but from that point on, it has gone crazy. So as you see, that was a crazy uptick. Now, the money supply, as you guys can see right now, is, very high. So here's another one. The debt ratio, as you see, massive. Back here in 2000, not a blip. 2011, barely a blip. And right now, barely a blip. So this is going to change because everything goes down this time. We will see a massive recession and probably depression. Right. So same thing, silver to Dow ratio. So you saw the big push in the 80s where the price of silver, became very close to the price of the Dow. And it didn't take as much. Now we're like yawn. It's like it takes a lot of silver to make the Dow. So that's what we're seeing right now. So we have a massive surge that's going to come, I think, from this point into next year. And then when the stock market crashes, probably the first quarter next year, it will crash probably 70 to 90% or more. Somewhere in that time, somewhere in that probably 80%, rounded out with all the different stocks. But some stocks will be a lot more. Some stocks will go to zero, of course. Crypto, who knows what's going on with that. I was buying silver for 5 silver eagles for $100, free shipping. Nice. So that's a good deal. You were, not now, huh? But yeah, so you got a good deal, and so you're looking pretty right now, or handsome, whatever you are, right? If you're a man or a woman, so, or if you're transgender, it doesn't matter. So I had a show with Brad Olson, and we were talking about how we've been dumbed down quite significantly in our schooling, and the reason for that is so that we want be smart enough to take care of ourselves. So we have to depend on the government. But as you guys are seeing, if you were depending on the government over the last month and a half or so, that wasn't working out too good for your air traffic controller. You weren't getting paid, right? So not a good thing to depend on the government. Not a good thing to trust the government. Ask any Indian. They'll tell you. American Indians, no, you don't trust the government, right? They will promise, and then they will take it away. Right? Yeah. Get on that Trail of Tears. Yep. So that is one thing. Depend on yourself. Well, I mean, you can depend on me to help you. So make good decisions. We work together. So it is a team effort. But yeah, ultimately, you really need to be doing your own investigative work, your own critical research, and so forth. Otherwise, you're going to get caught flat-footed, right? When you get punched, gut punched by the coming problems. So let's look at things are already turning around for silver, of course. It looks like crypto is going to go up. So you crypto bros and sisters, you should be okay. I wouldn't be in it, but I mean, you got to do what you got to do. You think you're gonna like turn everything around by getting that one crypto coin that's going to like make the difference, and you get all these promises that I remember in the last Bitcoin cycle they were saying $1 million. Everybody was saying $1 million. In this halving cycle, there wasn't so many calls for $1 million, but they were saying $250,000 and so forth, and then eventually it's going to go to $1 million. But yeah, everybody was like not believing in them this time around. So you didn't see Bitcoin really do that percentage wise. You didn't see it do a lot this year, I believe. Other ones did fairly good. XRP, which had been suppressed heavily, made a massive once it took the pressure off, and the government that was controlling things lost their control because President Trump came in. XRP was able to go big, right? It went from like 50 cents to $3. So it did really, really well. A lot of us made nice money on it. Will that happen again? Now, from this point right here, will XRP go to $6? It's possible. It's very possible. So, but that's a less than a 3x from where it's at. Silver, yes, you saw how much silver went up percentage-wise, right? So silver is it's a safe investment, and it's going to go multiple levels higher from where it's at. Not 3x, not 10x, maybe as much as 12, 15x from here. That's crazy. So you need to look at the thing that's going to help you. I want you guys to excel in this coming downturn and not get crushed, especially when the rioting starts and the cannibals are running around hunting for people to eat. You don't want to be caught up in that, right? You want to be in a good situation, right? So let me see if I can get this up and share it. This guy is really good. So yeah, you want to have your pals so the cannibals won't get you. Right? So craziness, right? We're in crazy times. It's going to get kind of hectic. All right, so let me see. I'm trying to get this in. Oh, there we go. Now I got it. So I want to share this one little clip. This is this guy. All right, very, very bullish precious metals as I speak. So let me pull this up.
Bullish precious metals as we speak. I mean, I think this little pullback, the sharp pullback we had is over, and I think silver can go to 100 here pre-bust. Gold can go to 5,000 pre-bust, and I think I'm probably conservative there.
All right, so that's pre-bust. So $100 silver pre-bust. So, like I said, he has the same mindset that this blow off top that's coming for the stock market always happens. It's because money chases money, and it's the last thing that's going to make money. So we're going to see the Fed cut rates again in December. They're going to keep cutting rates, so everybody's all nervous because they're saying that the Fed's not going to cut rates. That's stupid. They're going to cut rates, and the stock markets is going to get their crack cocaine, and they're going to take off, right? So it's going to go up. It's going to go up, and into the first quarter next year, there'll start to be some problems, and then it's going to come apart at the seams. The wheels are going to come off, and it's going to start to crash. So that from that point, silver will pull back, gold will pull back. So he's talking about how silver will probably be $100, gold probably be about 5,000 from where it's at right now. Pull back to around 42, 4,000. So any pullback is an opportunity. Now, at some point, at its height, if you're a trader, you could probably sell some and buy it again low. But I don't recommend that because most of you are not traders. You don't. You would try that and you would get crushed, right? Like a lot of you guys are going to get crushed in crypto at some point, and a lot of you are going to get crushed in the stock market at some point. So again, when I say that it's not going to come back, so everybody's been like, buy the dips, buy the dips, buy the dips, buy the dips. So when the stock market starts to crash, people start to buy the dip, and then they'll lose that, and then they'll buy the next dip, and they'll lose that, and then eventually they'll be like, I'm not buying the dip, I don't have any more money left, or I'm stupid. It's stupid to keep buying dips. It looks like this thing is really going to go down, right? So when it's crashing 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 points at a time, people are going to get a little nervous, right? So if you got your money in there and you're like, well, I'll just hold it there because they tell me that if I go back to 1929, if I put so much money into the stock market back in 1929, I'd be like a multimillionaire now. Well, that's not going to work out. You're not going to live that long. One, most of you. Two, this thing's not going to come back for a couple of decades. So you could be buying houses. They're going to crash in price, real estate, and then fix them up, rent them out, and you could be, a multimillionaire, and after a thousandaire in silver, could be a multimillionaire, and and uh, and I've talked to a lot of you out there. That's what your plan is too, to buy when the housing crashes, right? 20% of you would be listening, but you're not. We're probably going to be There's probably only be 1 or 2% of you guys, unfortunately, that are going to get into silver and get in the right way. All right. So let's listen to a little bit more.
During the bust, I think almost all assets other than treasuries get hit. So as I say, you have to be careful that you're not standing on the south rim of the Grand Canyon looking across the north rim and thinking you can just hold these things right through because there's a canyon in between. Post bust, I'm calling for 20,000 gold and 500. So
All right. Post bust. So the market crashes at some point. Silver and gold break free and start to go much higher, right? So they're probably going to get a little pullback, like they've been getting pullback, but we've started to see silver and gold not get punished as much from these pullbacks that the stock market does. So we're going to eventually see the stock market keeps going down, and silver and gold are going to go up. And those that are still on the uh, uh, stock market crypto ride, it's going to go, and we're not going to see them again. It's going to go down, and they're on that roller coaster, down, down, and it's going to be gone. Right? Too bad. Right? They didn't listen, but they got greedy or whatever. So that's what's going to happen to most people. I hope you that are listening, that's not going to happen to you, but for most of you, unfortunately, probably will.
probably in the early 2030s, if inflation does what I expect, precious metals are going to be the top game in town. I am very bullish precious.
All right. So, guy crushes it. Absolutely crushes it. Right. Every time. David Hunter. So you can follow him. Wealthy On. He does shows on Wealthy On. Doesn't have his own channel, but he does appearances on different shows. So whenever he speaks, I just catch up with him. But he's pretty much been saying the same thing for quite some time. That boom and bust, right? And a massive bust. And I've been saying it before I was even watching him that we would see that. Now, to his credit, when I said back in 2022 and into 23 that stock market was going to keep going, he got off of that and he says it's going to go much bigger. I didn't get that, right? So this time I think I'm on board. I'm in the right track, but you got to make your own decisions, guys. It's your money, your wealth. Uh, but I'm pretty much going to guarantee you as much as I can, but I can't guarantee anything, of course, but as close as I can, that if you're investing in silver, you're going to do very, very well in the future. If you're invested in almost anything else, now commodities will probably do well, but anything else, housing, the market, crypto, you're going to go out. They're going to drag your ass out to the back. They're going to take all your money, pretty much. And whatever you have left, you'll be holding it for decades before you get it back up to that level. All right, guys. That's all I got for now. Stay in the love vibration. Silver, silver, silver. That's right, Kim. In Wisconsin, you get it. You get a lot of things. So good for you. All right, guys. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration. See you guys next time. I in my light, all right, getting the light, learning remote viewing, remote influencing, getting involved with different products like LifeWave. So LifeWave is basically, taking me to a greater level of inner knowing, light, and so forth. But there was a process before that, of course, as a boy growing up, going into the SEAL teams, my time in the CIA, working in combat zones, and then afterwards, and then the process going deeper, writing books, the intuitive warrior, the awakening of a warrior. So all these different processes, awakened, within me this light. Of course, I had an Archangel Michael experience as well. That love energy that came into me and so forth lit me up. So I'm going to give you a little bit of overview of some of that and show you some of the things, that I experienced over the years. It'll be, I think, very, very insightful for you. Let's look at, the young Michael Jaco. There I am, number 24. All right, looks a lot different. Not the greatest picture, but here I was, soccer player in high school. Uh, I basically took the GED and got out early and went and joined the Navy, right? Very early on, just before I graduated, probably about a year or so before I was going to graduate. So around September, I went and applied. In October, I was in boot camp And then not long after that, I went hard hat diving, and then became a Navy SEAL shortly after that. So it was a process. That process was pretty fun actually, and over time, I was able to go a little bit deeper. Part of that process, of course, was into SEAL teams. Here I am right here with my Buds class right there. Several of these guys are no longer with us. So, I've lived a pretty good life, but not everybody continues to go forward for different reasons. Being in the SEAL teams is pretty tough, and a lot of my friends over the years didn't make it. So here I am, Underworld Demolition Team 12. That's back when we still had UDT. They had UDT for about a year when I first came in, and then they all went to SEAL teams. So UDT 12 went to SEAL Team 5, and I was SEAL Team 5. And then I screened for SEAL Team 6, and then I went on to SEAL Team 6. Here's a picture. Let's do this one right here. Actually, I got a little video that I'm going to show you guys. So this video gives you a little bit more insight. So in this one, this is a cool one. It was when I left the SEAL teams, I started working with a group. We were going to put together, contract teams to go overseas. Some of the stuff that where I was already starting to do with Blackwater. And I like this one because it's like you take the picture and it sees my eye looking at you through the scope. It's kind of fun. So here's a little bit of this video. All right, so this one right here is when I started the SEAL Team's first hand-to-hand program, SCARS, Special Combat Aggressive Reactionary System. So we went to like the best of the best in the world of fighting at the time. One of the skills that we taught was a multi-fight. So you see all these guys attacking me at once. Basically, what you learn how to move and hit, and you start in the center, and then you pick somebody to go after, and you go after them, and then everyone's chasing you, and you're just hitting and moving, crushing throats, hitting people like you see here. I'm kicking him to the groin. He's going to react to that. His head's going to come down. I'm going to take his head, snap his neck, and throw him into the next person. So I started that program. That was amazing. There was a lot of resistance to that because guys were like, I have my gun. Why do I need to learn hand to hand? So when I learned hand to hand, it took all my skills as a SEAL to another level. All right, so this was a process. This was an awakening process for me. So doing the hand to hand program, I went to a different state of consciousness, and that really helped me in the next levels that I would go into after this. So here's that first UDT platoon where we're jumping out of helicopters into the water and then getting picked up and do the ladder climb back in the helicopter. Now here I am right here. Get the Varney sunglasses on and the starch cap. All right, so I don't know why I had the starch cap out there, in the Philippine jungle shooting, but and blowing stuff up, but there it is. All right, so this physique, had this physique, for even in high school, played sports in high school, and went in SEAL teams, and like I said, hard hat diving, and then the SEAL teams, and then bodybuilding contests, as I'm going to show you here in a second. So it's just a continuation of taking that light, learning how to work the body and keeping the body at a very high level. This has been one of the things I've been able to do for many, many years. So again, that Buds class 116, a little bit clearer picture there. So all my buddies back then, wow, gosh, come a long way. So that was in 70, no, that was 81 because I turned 21 in Hell Week. So this was shortly after Hell Week. This is second class, or not second class, but second phase, the diving phase. So that behind there's what we call the cattle truck, cattle car, and it would haul us to our dive sites with a rebreather, the dragger. So very, very amazing times, learning all the different skills, being a SEAL. So pushing myself to incredible levels. It's like less than 1% of military goes into special forces. And then eventually, like I talked about, I would go into SEAL Team 6, which is like kind of like the 1% of the SEAL teams. And then again, when I went to the CIA, the 1% of all of all the special forces and all different teams and so forth. So a constant, the one percenter, always pushing, always excelling. Right. This is in Guam. This was I ran the armory for a little bit for a little piece, and you see, I'm just out because I'm a demolition guy. So it's just a little charge that I set off. And so I was like, I'm gonna set this charge off and get it right when it goes off, and I'm just gonna stand here all cool. See, everybody's like got their, I got earplugs in, but everybody's like putting their like this guy. So you get perfect with this stuff. This was after SEAL Team 6, after I did a stint at SEAL Team 6. So there's we had some kind of command ceremony. That's me in the uniform. You barely see the trident and the jump wings, and then all the ribbons, the chief's insignia. This is a Navy Marine Corps ball, so it got all the little medals on. It's kind of fun, and the gold, everything's gold. So you know, crazy time. That's when I had the kids, my kids, very young then. I think 1 and 3 maybe, something around there. So just before I went to work. Yep, there's my son there. All right, so going through all this stuff, it was a lot of fun, like I said, uh, and during that time frame, I was doing before I got out, I was doing bodybuilding contest, right? So again, taking my physique to an unusual level. So this is a armed forces natural bodybuilding contest. So I trophied in all the contests I've ever been in for bodybuilding. So here is SEAL Team 6. All right. S- Several years after, leaving the Navy, the bodybuilding contest and all that stuff. So here I am. I look pretty buffy there, but that's because I have body armor on under there. I have a weapon. I have magazines, pistol magazines, radio, and as you see, I look like a distinguished gentleman in the Middle East, and that's the way they looked upon me. I would walk with this one um, case officer, CIA case officer, and we would get picked up by this doctor. And just kind of the things we did. And there was like my team would be in the distance. If I needed any help, we needed any help there, I'd do a radio call, and they'd come rolling in fast. So armed to the hilt. So he's driving around, and she's talking to him, and you know after we're done with this doctor that was going to the provinces and working on the Taliban guys that were coming across the border from Afghanistan that were fighting U.S. military. So everybody's looking for Osama bin Laden. So I'm like, hey, she's like, I'm gonna dump this doctor. I don't think he's gonna, because they were getting the case officer were getting a lot of pressure because they were really looking for Osama bin Laden. And they were like, if you don't have any leads, just dump who you got. Let's move on to somebody else that might give us some leads. So she didn't feel like this doctor was going to give us any leads, and I was like, I think he is. I would keep him. I think he's going to lead us to Osama bin Laden. And so she did, and eventually he did. And if you've seen the more recent, I think in the last few days, Matt Bissonnette, unbelievable interview with Sean Ryan. He came in and did the hit. So I helped find Osama bin Laden. I was a Red Squadron guy. And Matt Bissonnette was Red Squadron guy that came in and did the hit. And he talks about going into green team, going through buds, going to green team, and then being in the teams and so forth. A lot of similarities. So it's really very cool to hear this. So here I was on one end, finding Osama bin Laden, and then Matt Bissonnette on the other end, coming in and doing the hit. So outstanding information. I had really advanced my light frequency to the point because you heard me say remote viewing, remote influencing, and so forth. So I was remote viewing that Osama bin Laden was close to us, that he was there, or the guy that was posing as Osama bin Laden, which is what I think now, through different things. So people have been talking about it for a while. So I'm like, yeah, I think we're close. So there was a lot of things that led up to that. It was a very, very interesting time frame. But over time, my ability to zero in on this stuff and influence things and so forth became more and more pronounced as time went on. And so let me share some more of the pictures. So here I am, same guy, right? Different picture, right? So distinguished, uh, you know, Pakistani man. We had an interpreter that came in and was working with us, and we took pictures together. I don't have them, but we took pictures together, and we looked like brothers. So I did this in Afghanistan. I did this in Iraq. I did this in Pakistan. I would basically transform, and I would look like a local, and I would interact with the locals and so forth, and help the mission quite a bit. All right. So after that, I started. I left uh, the CIA. There was a period of time where I was kind of like in limbo because I left CIA, uh, kind of kind of had to find my way again. And after saving people and taking terrorists out and all kind of crazy stuff, was involved in all kind of crazy stuff for 11 years with the CIA. So 24 years with the SEAL teams, combat action with SEAL Team 6, and then combat zones for the next 11 years. I would say over that 11-year period, I probably deployed 45 to 50, not probably close to 50 times because I would be gone 5, 6, 7 times a year. I would go on trips, and they would be, some of them were like a month or two, 90 days. Most of them were 60-day trips. I did several 100-day trips. And so I spent a lot of time overseas during that time frame. So um, most of 11 years I was gone. I was overseas, unfortunately, and of course, we got family and so forth, tough on families. Um, uh, the father figure's gone, divorce, but I still got to, be with the kids. So that worked out really good. Now, after all of that, I had a little bit of falling out with the CIA. I've talked about that. Um, I saw some things or knew some things that they don't they don't like for people to reveal, and so I moved on. All right, so moved on, and life changed. Uh, very, very incredible lifestyle, millionaire lifestyle to like no zero lifestyle, right? So I like went to the point where I pretty much lost everything, and I had a lot of pressure from the CIA. They were not liking me because I was disclosing uh, um, secret programs that had to do with extraterrestrials, right? So just kind of as you enlighten, you start to understand, you start to see things, and I made comments on a couple of different things, and so they basically came in to destroy my life. All right, so from that, I'm you know PTSD, big time. It's time to go to the wilderness. All right. I'm always really good in the wilderness. So we moved to Lake Tahoe. We're not living very well. And so I'm like, okay, I spent some time with my kids and I'm like, okay, I'm going to go to the wilderness. And at the time, I basically dumped everything. We pretty much had not, my wife Tracy and I, we pretty much had nothing left. Our lives have been destroyed by the CIA. If and they will do that if you get out of line. So here I go from uh, everybody wanted me to come because everywhere I went, and they loved to send me places because everywhere I went, things turned around and things went really well, like finding terrorists and places where no one wanted to go or could go, and everything didn't work out. I went there and things turned around, became amazing as far as like tracking down, finding people, and so forth. So I had that ability, remote viewing, remote influencing. People became aware of it. I would give lectures at places where I would go to about intuition and so forth. So I was very high demand, but when you cross a certain line that they don't want to reveal, there's certain forces that are within the CIA that will destroy your life. So I crossed that line, disclosing because I saw some stuff that other people were revealing, and I said, "Yes, that's correct. I know about that." Had nothing to do with anything else, but I verified some people that they didn't like, and so they came in and destroyed my life, right? Although I had served them for 35 years, right? That's how quick they can destroy you. If they feel you're offline or you're part of something that they don't like and they're trying to destroy, and you say something about it, they'll come and destroy you too, right? So that's what happened with me. All right, so I decided I was going to walk the Pacific Crest Trail and get my act together, right? And so that's kind of what I did. Here I am. I'd already been on the trail for, um, I'd say, about almost 1,200 miles, all the way from, this is starting to get up into the Sierras. This is just north of Lake Tahoe. So I really like the Lake Tahoe area. That's why I'm back there. That's why you see it behind me now. It really appeals to me. Being in the wilderness is like being next to God for me, right? It really calms me, and I get really good connections and so forth. So here I am after this amazing SEAL and CIA career. My life is basically upside down. I have nothing left, pretty much, but this backpack, those walking sticks, those sunglasses, that hat, and enough food to last me for about a couple weeks, right? And then I would get enough food to last me another couple weeks, and I would live in a tent, right, on the Pacific Crest Trail, and I would gather water from the Pacific Crest Trail. So that was the way I lived, and that was a very beautiful experience actually, because like I said, I was pretty much pretty severe PTSD after 35 years and having my life destroyed by the CIA. It was not fun. All right, so here I am. You can see I'm happy again. Right, so I just spent some time with the wifey poo and get some new gear there, and here I am. I'm off. All right, so. Have several pictures like that. Here's one where I'm at the 2,000 mile mark on the Pacific Crest Trail. I made it all the way to Washington State. I was in Oregon. There was a bridge that goes across, and the money ran out. The money tree was done, right? So I had to come back and go back to work, and that's kind of what I did. All right. So and then it was pretty traumatizing in some respects walking Pacific Crest Trail. So you see pretty dirty there. Um, I have like uh, these these things that go around your shoes so dirt doesn't get down in your shoes. As you see here, I bought these shoes. You saw me with the nice outfit. I'm all cleaned up, and here I am a month later, and the shoes that I got are completely deteriorating. 1 month. All right. So in 1 month, though, I walked like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of miles. All right. So imagine when you go on a hike, you go for a hike, maybe you go for a hike for like 5, 6, 10 miles if you're a badass or more. But then you take a break. I was walking 20 up to 24 miles a day. All right. So every day, over and over again, with very short breaks, a day or two, where I would get re-geared up, get cleaned up, and then go back out again, right? So very, very, but for me, that was what I needed. Uh, it was extreme. I'm an extreme guy. Uh, I got back in touch with God on a very nice level. So here it is. You get beat up. All right. So, right, here's another pair of shoes that lasted only a month. And just going through the the rock and the brush and all that kind of stuff, your legs and so forth, they get scrapes, and you just go on. It's no big deal. It's just a little bit of blood, right? So, uh, and I don't know what's that from. I don't know if I fell down or scraped my leg. I was like crossing through over boulders or whatever it was. So I took a picture of that, and so that's what that is. And you just, like I said, you just keep going. I remember one time uh, my ankle rolled, and it was so bad that uh, when I would get up in the morning, before I go to bed, I'd take like 5 or 6 Motrin. I get up and take 5 or 6 Motrin, and then I would like massage it, eat some breakfast, and get up, unpack, pack my little camp up, put it in my backpack, and I would start the very painful and slow process of walking. And so I had those walking sticks as you saw, and those are very you everybody that walks the Pacific Coast Trail pretty much has those because you need that extra support and so forth, and balance. And so I would go like I think it would go like 100 yards an hour, right? And then the next 100 yards maybe in 45 minutes. And so it was like that, for several days after rolling my ankle. Uh, I had problems with my ankle for years. Of course, then I started using LifeWave, and I haven't had any problems with it for a long time. But it was significant. The level of craziness that you went through. But as you see here, that's a spiritual guy, right? That's in Oregon, at the what's that lake up there that has an island in the center of it? Very beautiful area. So I remember walking around that. It was snowing while I was walking around. It's snowing in I don't know, May, June, something around. Something I think it was June. It was snowing. So it was like that the whole way. It was constantly snowing, uh, almost the whole time, raining, snowing, which was good because there had been a lot of fire on the Pacific Crest Trail. So it was kind of like God was protecting me, like God had been protecting me for a long time. My Archangel Michael experience, when I first went into combat, where I saw my death, and then I saw Archangel Michael, and I said, "Oh, I feel like I would really help humanity." And then he put me back in my body, back in time, back in my body, and then I went on to do amazing things. So yeah, um, very, very tough time frame, but there was deep insights. So, like I said, I was like of the impression of the opinion that I was probably just going to stay in the wilderness, and see my wife occasionally, or have her join me in the wilderness. I don't know. She had done that before, so it was a very tough time frame, but eventually after a few months, I started getting, no, you're going to go back and you're going to share with humanity. We're going to give you insights. You're going to like do courses and all kind of crazy stuff. And I'm like, okay, okay, let's see. I don't know. You're going to have to help me out with that one. So I started writing notes, and then eventually I did come back and I started. Um, I got a job, you know, again, a civilian type job, I guess, where I was working in a casino as a casino manager. Work moved up really quickly, so I was blessed. Just things just unfolded, where I was like, okay, moved up, moved up, moved up, and right at the top, boom. So I just kind of, it's one of those things where people in those positions, it takes them 5, 6, 10 years to get to that, and I was there within less than a year. Um, so I was very fortunate, very good group of people that I work with. So, but I had to work a lot because, I still had bills. Uh, I'm still, you know, CIA and IRS and all those people. So, yeah, CIA sucked, got the IRS after me. So they basically took pretty much everything. I had nothing, and I had to pay them. So eventually, I got to the point where I broke free from that. That was an interesting break. But and there's ways to do that. But anyway, I moved on and I started working out again. Because after walking Pacific Crest Trail for like 4 months, my upper body had, I lost over 50 pounds, probably close to 60. And I was like, I think 225 pounds, and I got down to, I think I was 175, but it might have been less, might have been 165 at one point because I lost a lot of muscle. All right, but I was a lean, mean machine on the trail. I could move out. So then I started building my body back up while I'm, have a little bit of time. So I'd have 2, 3 hours to work out, and then I go to work. Then I come back, sleep, work out, go to work, right? And that was my life for years, for several years. And then eventually I broke free, started teaching courses, and then eventually did online courses, and that really propelled me to break free from that system and be completely free so I could do the stuff that I'm doing now. All right, so let's look at some of those pictures. The development. So this was me with the beer at I guess after the Pacific Crest Trail. This is like maybe 61, 62. So I'm putting the weight back on, doing a good job. All right. And then the lower picture is me just a couple years after that. I decided to lean down and do the bodybuilding contest again. You see these mats, and I had like dummies and all kind of stuff. So I would teach um, you know, fighting courses, and I would teach, survival in the wilderness and remote viewing and, all kind of crazy stuff. Classes at the casinos. Casino like hooked me up. I got good deals where I could do classes at casino. And so, kind of was making ends meet and working on the body. So this was part of my thing at that time, teaching people how to go into these states of consciousness. Of course, not with a beer. That's a different state of consciousness. But I did drink so much after this. But I started, just really, really working out hard and showing people how to do that and how to go into those states of consciousness. So as you can see here, this is a winning physique. So I would do a bodybuilding contest. This, I think, is probably around June, July. So I started working out very, very significantly, doing the most weight that I'd ever done before at that time. So as you see here, I did a 1,000 pound leg press. Now this is in the winter time frame, and I'm leaning down. I'm leaning down. I think I was 5 pounds a month. So over a 10-month period, I leaned down to my contest uh, time frame date. I lost 50 pounds, but I kept most of my muscle. So as you saw, leaning down, leaning out the fat, but keeping the muscle is a very severe process, right? You're always hangry, right? And you're working out, and I'm working at work, trying to make ends meet. I'm doing courses, all kind of crazy stuff. So I'm making that transition where I'm earning enough money to make the transition so that I can teach like I'm doing now. So teaching the courses. So this is phenomenal. But this last year, after I've been using LifeWave, add another plate and another 25 pounds of this, around 1,100 pounds. So this is 1,000 pounds, a little bit over. It was tough, getting it back because when you reach a certain level like this, uh, and you go off of that, especially I guess at my age, and you don't have the ability to get all the things and work out and all the stuff that you did before, then it's tough. Now, what was really interesting is because I knew that um, this bioweapon thing was coming, and that's when I started on YouTube and started really pushing YouTube and saying, "Hey, I'm an intuitive. This is what's coming." And I just started sharing all the stuff that I was seeing, how people could survive it, and so forth. It worked out really good. So I left. I was able because I was doing courses, and they were becoming fairly successful. A lot of people were buying the courses, the online courses. I was able to leave the casino business, and then I went full time doing like I do now, doing these online shows and so forth, and having guests come on. And it's been very, very. It's one of the greatest experiences of my life, being able to do this and knowing that I'm having a very positive impact on humanity at this point. So again, leaning the physique. This was all I basically promoted this as being here I am. I used to so I'm showing where I would swim in the lake. So this was before this. There was a lot of snow, and I had a lot of pictures of snow and all that kind of stuff. And I was breaking through the ice and getting in the water. So I was going in these states of consciousness and leaning down my body like you just saw and swimming in the freezing cold water, all kinds of crazy stuff. And using that to inspire people, teach people how to go in these states of consciousness as well. Like I said, it became very, very successful. Now, here's more of the leaning side. So I did a lot of little I did a self photo shoot where I set up my camera and I went up in the mountains and I did all kinds of lean shots. So that's kind of one of them. And and then I went on and won a bodybuilding contest. All right. And then within a few weeks later, I did a Spartan race. So the Spartan Beast race in the mountains of here in Lake Tahoe. Very, very cold. It was snowing. It snowed at the end of it. They shut down the course. So I finished the course. I remember Tracy and I were like taking pictures, and each took this picture. I got the medal and went through yay, you won, you did this. And then we walked out to the car and it started snowing. And I knew it was going to snow. And I was getting in the water. They made it optional to get in the water. Of course, I got in the water, but there was these way up in the mountains, these mountain lakes, and you had to like swim out and do something and then swim back. And I was doing all that. I did it all. All right. I ran through the mountains, did all the obstacle courses, like, I don't know, 20, 30 obstacle courses. I'm crazy. And you run like 13, 14 miles. It's like it was longer than a half marathon, actually. And you're doing the courses and you're getting in the cold water. It's a beast of a race, right? Crazy, crazy stuff. I remember one where you had uh, I think it was like a 50-pound sandbag, something crazy, and you put it on your shoulder and you walk down it. You ran down this one steep hill. You got the sandbag and you had to go back up the hill with the sandbag on your shoulder, carry it up. And wow, that's crazy. So of course I flew up the hill with it and dropped it and ran, kept going. So crazy stuff. And so this was part of, helping people see that, with a very focused mind and the intuitive mind, you can do amazing things. All right. So I'm still doing amazing things, and these amazing things will continue. Uh, Here's another one where I'm signing my book, The Intuitive Warrior. This is actually at a LifeWave event where I do my books and do LifeWave. So a lot of fun doing all of these. Now let's look at a couple of other things. So there's the Intuitive Warrior. Now I I wrote this in a combat zone in Pakistan, and you saw those pictures of where I was, all dolled up, as as a distinguished gentleman in Pakistan. Uh, just before that, uh, or during that, actually, I believe, I was writing this book, The Intuitive Warrior, and then during this time frame, that's when we found Osama bin Laden. And then SEAL Team 6 came in, as you can find out from Matt Bissonette. They came in and got him. Right. So I helped find him. They came in and got him. So the Awakening of a Warrior. There's a couple different. Let me go back. There's a couple different ones out there for this one, the Intuitive Warrior, the Awakening of a Warrior. Warrior. All right, so here's the latest edition, book two. So this one's better of the two. So I've got two of each. Get the more recent one. They have pictures. This one has great pictures and it has more deeper insights in it. So this is a memories of past lifetimes and as warriors. So very, very interesting. How I would tap into deeper aspects, and that's those books are part of that. Now, the other deeper aspects that I've been tapping into is the life wave. So the life wave has helped me considerably in this new consciousness realm that I'm in, right? So I would say the X39 is your best bet to increase your light and your insights and so forth, because it is built from a guy that first worked with the SEAL teams and built an energy patch, and then he went on to have this X39 copper peptides basically activates your stem cells. Your stem cells start to turn off when you're born, actually. They start to turn off, and as you get older, as you get injuries, all of your energy goes to an injury. But the X39 can help you, supports relief of minor aches and pains, healthy inflammatory response. So I had a injury in the SEAL teams where I had my kneecap shattered. I was able to deal with it because I'm like a Wolverine type guy and so super soldier. And I was able to heal, and within 6 months I was doing the SEAL PT at the best, the highest level, and it was because of my focus, like I've talked about. But eventually it catches up with you. Other injuries. As you age, your stem cells just start shutting down. They don't activate anymore. Telomeres and so forth start to shorten. You want them lengthy, and X39 helps you do all this. Enhances sports performance. Of course, as you guys can see, throughout most of my life, well, pretty much all my life, I've been very active, very physical, and doing high levels of physical activity. So with the X39, has allowed me to continue that, and at a level like you saw just recently. Yeah, at 60, at 59 years old, almost 60. Uh, I won the bodybuilding contest, but on the upswing to that, I did that 1,000-pound leg press because I was able to really focus myself. In the SEAL teams and in the CIA, you're coming and going, coming and going, coming and going. You can't really focus on anything but being downrange and staying alive, right? So, and keeping other people alive. So that was my focus in finding bad guys and taking them out. So terrorists went bye-bye when I went downrange. So enhance sports performance, provide energy and vitality, improve skin appearance, and so forth. Now, look at that face. Look at that face. Look at those wrinkles. And so this is after a few years of using LifeWave. Those wrinkles are a lot less. All right. That's almost like a baby face there. Right. So what it's doing is it's literally reversing the aging process. They have done studies on this, and it is very effective. So X39 would be the first one I would start to use. You can click on the links, you can learn more and so forth. All the different patches that we have, 39, 49, Energy Enhancer, Eon for good for inflammation, glutathione, speed up the healing process, carnosine, supports overall vitality and clarity, SP6, good for hormones, mindful and healthful appetite. So it reduces your appetite. So right now I'm starting to lose weight again. I want to lean down again. Maybe even get myself in a position where I can do another bodybuilding contest, whether I do that or not, but having a good physique, it takes time to do that. So that's what I'm doing once again. Right. So, and then Ice Wave, like I said about my kneecap being injured, it would act up every year, sometimes for several times a year. It would get super sore, tight, swollen. And Ice Wave, I put it on there and the swelling went down and the pain went away within 5 seconds. Unbelievable. I was able to move easily. And for the rest of the day, I was able to do what I normally do. And normally, when my knee would act up, it would stay a problem for several weeks to several months. And when I used the Ice Wave on it, I didn't have a problem with it within 5 seconds. And I didn't have a problem with it from that point on. And some of that is because I used the X39 and X49. The copper peptide is basically activating the stem cells. So the stem cells are coming back, repairing, decreasing my age, physically, mentally, vital. I'm not getting stupider, but I'm not going dumb. But I am, I feel like I'm so enhanced on many different levels, on a soul level, on a vitality, energy level. It's definitely one of the greatest things that I've ever experienced, and that's why I'm so passionate about sharing it. Now, here is a little insight. I have David Schmidt, who's the founder. Become good friends with him. Really, really talented guy. He is definitely a all right, very, very easy. As you guys can see, there's a little button there where it says dispense. You put your glass under there, you get the light, and then dispense. All right. So when you drink this, I've had amazing results from this. Had some problems with my gut, had problems with my lungs, had problems with my skin. All of that cleared up and is getting better and better every day. So this water, and who knows what else is going on that I'm still not, because things go on in your body that are bad. You don't realize it till later. So what I like about the LifeWay products is that they are helping you overcome stuff that you don't even know about and making your body, like I said, younger and much better. Cheers. Amazing water. All right, guys. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration, and we'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jago with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So the market is, zigzagging back and forth. It's going to crash. We've been talking about that for a while. When it crashes, I think it's coming up. Now, is it weeks, months? I would say yes. Right? So weeks, months. I can't tell you the exact date, but it will crash. And what is the best investment? Of course, it is silver. All right, so silver has performed exceptionally well. 3 years ago, I think it was like two and a half, 3 years ago, maybe not that long ago. Silver was down around $17, and we were like, jumping up and down, telling everybody this is buying opportunity. You're never going to see it again. And sure enough, silver is up 3 times from that level. Now it was up over $54 yesterday, and it's pulled back with the volatility that's in the market right now. This is normal. It happens quite often, and we're probably going to see more of this going forward. More volatility. We'll see wild swings, and then eventually we'll see the crash. Now, like we saw over the last 24 hours, we saw that the stock market collapsed massively, well over 1,000 on the Dow, the NASDAQ. I don't know if it was that much, but kind of close to that. And S&P, a couple hundred or so down. So all of them are filling up gaps. That's to be expected. Have volatility like that. But we've seen some extreme volatility in crypto. So it looks like crypto is basically starting to break down, and it's not going to come back. It could. There's a possibility, but there's seasonality with crypto, and crypto is reaching the seasonality where it starts to go down, right? And we may see crypto go down and not come back again for a very, very long time, right? Because we're seeing Satoshi. So remember Satoshi is a guy that wrote the program for Bitcoin many, many years ago. or supposedly a guy named Satoshi. No one's ever met him or knows about him, but somebody named Satoshi wrote this program, Bitcoin, and so people were buying it back when it was like under $1 and a few dollars, $10, whatever, and it's reached highs of, as now it's under 100,000. I think it's like 94,000 right now. It had reached a high of 126. Now I said I thought that Bitcoin would reach 125, and there was a possibility that it could on another retracement go as high as 135. Now I think somebody at Bear Stearns or one of those investment places said that they see into next year Bitcoin going 170. I think we'll probably see 45,000 in Bitcoin before we see 170. But I mean, anything's possible in this manipulated market, although I don't think so. All right. So Satoshi era people that bought crypto and have been hodling, that's hold on for dear life, all this time. So I don't know, what is that, 10, 12, 15 years ago, whatever it is, longer, maybe. I don't know. I have to go back and pull it up, but it's been a long time. They're selling. They are selling. The one Satoshi era, a lot of, they call them whales. A lot of whales are selling their crypto. That means they have some insights, right? It's kind of like, those people that get out of the stock market that have companies and they start selling their shares long before they collapse. So that's kind of what we're seeing right now. So imagine that. Someone that has been holding their Bitcoin probably since Bitcoin first came out and sold it. Now, I don't know how much they paid for how much they had, but they sold for $1.5 billion, right? So I'm sure they didn't pay anywhere near that much. We always like to hear, oh, they paid a few $1,000 and they sold it for 1.5 billion. Maybe, maybe, so it's quite a run Bitcoin's been on, but I think we're seeing the last days of it, unfortunately. All right. I predicted long ago that Bitcoin would go to zero, but it revived. And I was like, well, I'm going to make some money on this since everybody else is. So I've been a crypto millionaire a couple times. So it is something you can, speculate in. I would say you should not speculate now, and maybe even sell your holdings if you have some. Or, some of you think that you know more than, I guess, the Satoshi era Bitcoin holder, and you're going to hold. That's normally what happens with most people. 95 to 99% of people lose money in crypto. So I don't know. Maybe if you got some, I have always sold my crypto and made nice profits on it. I am not in crypto right now, any of it. I've been saying it's not a good investment, that silver is a better investment. And sure enough, silver's up, like I said, 3 times. Now, when will be the next time it goes up 3 times? I think we'll see a 3x from here in silver in the middle of next year. So the time frames of silver, doubling, tripling, and so forth are getting smaller. Time frames are condensing. You're getting very, 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 very fast now. All right. Kim in Wisconsin, I saw some of the chat before I got on. Kim in Wisconsin had a very nice little post there. I don't know if you can see that, but when good men and women rise and stand for humanity, the weak men and women will fall and crumble. Then we win. Keep the faith. I love you all. Amen. So very good. Thanks, Kim in Wisconsin. Very good stuff. All right. So that's what we want all of you to have. All right. To be able to survive the coming fall. Now, when I look at, and I've been saying this, I think we're going to have a worse financial crash than 1929. Now, if you look at 1929, it was overall stocks. So if you look at overall stocks now, they're highly inflated more than any time in history, going all the way back to 1929. So let's look at the next stock market crash, which is very significant, and that would be the dot-com crash, where we saw the NASDAQ crash from its high of 5,000 all the way down 78%, and it did not come back again for, I think, nearly a decade, right? So I think this next crash, because we didn't see stocks come back to their highs from 1929 for, I think, a quarter of a century. We will probably see that again. Now, for crypto, I don't think crypto will ever come back again. I think crypto is going to be seen for the scam. I think it's a scam, but we'll see. Maybe there's something there. A lot of very smart people say so. I don't know. But for me, when I look at it, I've always looked at it as a scam. That's just me being intuitive, looking at it, going, it's a scam. But hey, everybody else is making money on it. I'm gonna play ball too, right? So I'm gonna put on my cleats and my shirt and my running pants and go out and play ball, right? So I played ball really well because I did that in high school. So I still have it. All right. So you have that intuition. You need to use it going forward. So the next crash, like I talked about, so you have two crashes, overall stocks, highest ever, NASDAQ crashes. Now, what was the NASDAQ? What was that? There was a dot-com crash. So now we have the AI bubble, just like we had the dot-com crash. I don't know how many of you guys were around or have knowledge of the dot-com crash. I remember there was one stock called pets.com. They had $1 million, like on the Super Bowl, they had ads that were like crazy. Spent millions of dollars on these ads. Not long after that, they were zero stock, zero, no more. Like Bear Stearns, zero, right? So then you look at the more recent 2008, 9 crash. It was a housing crash. We're already seeing housing crashing. We're seeing now housing, the real estate market for homes and so forth was the one that crashed in the last stock market bubble that we saw deflate, and it took everything else with it. But we didn't see commercial. So we saw residential crash, but we did not see commercial. We've already seen commercial crash on a level that's never been seen before. And we've seen commercial real estate crashing 80, 90%. So I predicted that we will see 80, 90% crash. Not everywhere. Some places will, fare better, but everything will crash. It will be the everything crash, but silver and gold, right? So if you need an investment that is safe and is going to be non-speculative, that is silver, guys. We've been talking about this for years. Now, of course, Dr. Kirk Elliott is the safest place that you can put your silver. Now, some of you are like, I have a few $100s worth of silver. If your house gets broken into, you lose a few $100s worth of silver or a few 100 ounces or whatever. No biggie, right? What if you have tens of thousands of dollars worth of silver, hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars worth of silver in your home, and your home gets broken into, or you get held up, or your house burns down, and the fire guys come in and it's all in puddles and they're like, stick in their pockets, they walk off with it. So now how is that that's not going to serve you very well. So that's why I like to have my silver and gold. So I've heard all these smart guys and gals, not so many gals, but mostly smart guys, because it seems like a lot of guys are handling the finances. That's not very good for you ladies. But anyway, there is, and a lot of you ladies have gotten tough. I've heard from you, and you either like broke free from your hubbies that were stuck on stupid, which is they're going to find out. All right. And they're going to find out the hard way. It's coming, right? If they're invested in the stock market, and they'll probably dance around and go, maybe it'll go back up again. Maybe it'll go back up in January. Maybe it'll go back up into early spring. Maybe. But when I show you the information that I'm going to show you, bring hubby boy over here and like watch this, and he's probably not gonna like the way I just said that, but anyway, you're gonna find out, guys, that if you're not in silver, every time that there's been massive stock market crashes, silver and then gold has been the way to go. Now, if you have your investment in some of these other organizations, I've talked to a lot of people. Most of you are getting ripped off. If you are in a company and they're like, well, we don't normally do gold and silver, but we'll do gold and silver just for you. All right. So you're going to get stolen from. All right. And a lot of you have already. So that's obviously we want you to have the best deal. You do whatever you're going to do. I'm just giving you the best information to make a logical, very sound a decision that can be generational wealth. And when I say generational, if you're like me, you're a little bit older or you're younger, 25, it can still be generational. You can have kids. You might not have kids yet at 25, and you invest in gold and silver, and it builds like a phenomenal wealth for you, and it carries over to your children. You're able to buy real estate that will be depreciating quite rapidly over the next several years. All right. You'll be able to buy it at a massive discount. I saw just recently this one guy that was in the stock market back in 1907 or something like that. And he invested like a couple $1 million or something in the stock market. And it was like the same amount that would allow him to buy half of Manhattan, right? And by the time 1929 rolled around, because he kept reinvesting and making shorts and the Big Short. All right. So he walked away in the end after the 1929 crash with $100 million. So imagine if you had the wealth that you could buy Manhattan, probably the rest of the East Coast, what you could do with that. Right now, most of us aren't going to have that kind of wealth. Probably none of us in this chat, but we can have ridiculous wealth, guys, going forward. If you've been investing, if you haven't, it's not too late, because this thing has still got another 8x in it. Right, it's already been up 2-3x, and I think it's going to go up another 8x from here. So that's we're looking at ridiculous levels. Up around $500 an ounce for silver, right? But that's further out. That's several years out. So this bull market is just starting. It's just now getting going. All right, so I'm gonna pull up some stuff, and we're gonna look at, some things are gonna make you go, If you're still on the fence, which I can't understand, but if you're still on the fence, you're gonna want to get off the fence, and you want to get off the fence like now, right? So here we go. This is Michael Burry. So what did I do there? Why am I there? So I just read it myself. So Michael Burry is, let's see if I can get the real one. There it is. Why did that happen? There it is. So Michael Burry, they called him the Big Short. So back in 2007, what he did is he had an investment group, and he basically said, stocks are overvalued, I'm out. So he left. And he made short positions that garnered him I think he almost made $1 billion himself, but he made multiple billions for the people that he was still investing with. But remember, he pulled out. He was no longer an investment fund. He closed it, just like he just did 2 days ago, and the stock market crashed. All right. Now, I think that it's going to come back, but let's listen to this. Is phenomenal information.
2008 collapse just shut down his hedge fund. On November 10th, 2025, Michael Burry's Scion Asset Management officially terminated its SEC registration. This isn't just another fund closure. This is the man who saw through the subprime mortgage scam when everyone else was buying, who made personal profits over $100 million while banks collapsed around him, walking away from the game entirely. Here's what should grab our attention.
Now, when he did this, when he was speaking of this, and he's been speaking of this over the last several months, that things are overvalued. When he did that back then, everyone laughed at him like probably people are laughing at me now, telling you guys you need to get out of the stock market and get into silver, right? So he basically did short positions now and put positions, and that's what he's done again. His short and put positions go into next year. So we've seen other hedge fund managers, Berkshire Hathaway has basically their head has pulled back from a lot of positions and it has gone more to cash than at any time in history of Berkshire Hathaway. So we're seeing more and more of these people, and there's more in this. There's a couple other huge hedge fund managers that have done the same similar thing as Michael Burry.
Burry told his investors on October 27th that his estimation of value in securities is not now, and has not been for some time, in sync with the markets. Think about what that means. The guy who correctly predicted the biggest financial crisis in our lifetime is saying the math doesn't work anymore. But here's where it gets really interesting. Burry's last 13F, filing from the third quarter of 2025, reveals something extraordinary. He was holding $912 million in put options against Palantir and $186 million in puts against NVIDIA. Massive bets that these AI darlings are going to crash. These aren't short-term trades either. His positions extend all the way to 2026 and 2027, suggesting he believes this correction will be massive and prolonged. You want to know how confident Burry is in his thesis? He's publicly claimed that tech companies are fudging depreciation schedules on their AI infrastructure to artificially inflate earnings. That's not market commentary. That's an accusation of systematic accounting manipulation across the entire markets. What does that tell us about what's coming next? Here's what most investors don't realize. Legendary fund managers closing shop during market highs isn't just coincidence. It's been the most reliable crash indicator in American financial history.
The most reliable crash indicator in financial history. Now, is it going to happen? Is it already happening? I don't think so. Is it going to happen next week? I don't think so. Is it going to happen this year? Maybe. But I would say, and I wouldn't leave any positions on the table, guys, but I would say it's going to be next year. So I'll be in position to benefit from it, hopefully, because as we saw yesterday, I had no indication that the stock market was going to crash like it did. All right. So I was surprised, quite frankly. And so that will be the way it will be when it happens. You will wake up if you have, still have stocks. You will wake up and the market before it opens will already be down 1,000+ points. And then when it opens, it will go down thousands of points. And all of your investment will evaporate over the last several years. And then the next day, it will do it again. And we'll do it again. And we'll do it again. And then it'll bounce and everybody's like, oh, it's just too much froth. And they got, and the dip buyers will come in and they'll buy and it will go up. And we'll go up maybe a week, maybe a few days, and then it will turn around and it will go down again a lot further. Same thing happened with the dot-com burst, right? So we're going to see that. And like you just saw, Michael Burry is predicting it will be a prolonged downturn. So he's all the way out into 27. So almost all of 26 and probably a good portion of 27 will be the collapse. Very similar to what happened in the last dot-com bust and what happened with the 1929 bust. And 2007, it didn't last that long because the Federal Reserve came in and dumped money like crazy. That's pretty much like an alcoholic getting up in the morning and drinking more, right? It's prolonging the agony and the problem. So that's what we're seeing right now. We've seen this problem prolonged all the way back to 2008. And it's going to be significant and uninterrupted, for the most part, crash to the bottom, right? So we'll see that across all asset classes but one, commodities, right? It's where everybody goes when everything starts to collapse. We'll probably see a pullback like we saw today, yesterday and today in gold and silver, but at some point it'll stop and then it's going to shoot. It's going to shoot higher because it's been manipulated down more than any asset in the history of Earth, right? So this thing is going to go bazonkers as soon, I believe. All right. So that's one of them. Now let's look at another one. I have a few to share with you today. All right, so the speculative mood, Bitcoin and NASDAQ. So for all you crypto bros and crypto sisters, you're getting spanked right now. But if you think you're going to buy the dip, maybe. But at some point, you're going to see, like I've been saying for a while now, you're going to see Bitcoin really get slammed. It's never been through a recession. It's never been through what we're going to have is a depression, right? A long-term depression. All right, so let's listen to this one.
At the speculative mood of Bitcoin right now, because Bitcoin has declined as, of course, the NASDAQ has gone up. Everyone like...
Now look at this. You see Bitcoin usually leads the way, but it's been losing steam. Bitcoin's in red and NASDAQ in black. So you see it's been losing steam, the end of 2024. It got a little mojo back this year, but now it's ready to go down to the ground, right? Or way down. So like I said, I think we'll probably see 45,000 before we see what the speculative knuckleheads that want you to speculate more, Goldman Sachs or whoever, they're saying it, 175,000 next year. Yeah, they want you to pump your money in there so they can pull the rug and take your money, because that's normally what happens. So anyway, as you see, the NASDAQ's taking off and Bitcoin is going down. Now, I've heard some people say, if you want to know which way the market's going, watch Bitcoin. So Bitcoin is going down, right? And it's going to go down. I think maybe it'll get a bounce, maybe not, but we'll see. I think it's going to bounce, but maybe not. I don't know. Maybe it'll bounce back up to its high and then a little bit more, but I don't think we're going to see. Like I said, we're not going to see 175. We're not going to see 150. We may see 135, maybe. I said at the extreme end, I said we'll see 125. We've seen 126, but I said at the extreme end, maybe 135,000 on Bitcoin. So we'll see. We'll see if it bounces back, but it's really getting shellacked pretty hard. So let's look at a little bit more of this.
Word data center, and no one likes the word, I guess, anything to do with tokenization or stable coins or anything like that right now. And clearly, there is a huge trend going on, which is leading into the thematic here that nobody likes crypto. And the Bitcoin is losing its whales. In our last video, we talked about a Satoshi era whale. That is an OG whale. 1.5 billion, liquidated, goodbye. And this is the type of thing that we've started to see across the board. A fear coming into the greatest hodlers in this particular asset class in some time. And in just about 2 weeks, I'll actually be talking to a bunch of crypto guys, mostly, of course, pro crypto guys, but I'm very interested to see.
All right, so what he's showing right here is it's a lot lower. So as you can see from this chart, it's in a downtrend, right? It's not coming back up. It's not reaching new highs. It's reaching lower highs and lower lows. So that's a downtrend. And Ethereum, Solana, all the biggies in crypto are going down and down and down. And today they've gone down quite significantly again. So not looking good for the crypto bros.
What the mood's like. Because if it's really bad and we do continue to see price action break some of the key supports we'll talk about in a moment, then we'll need to be paying a lot of attention. At the moment, though, there are some cool charts here. Don's dividends obviously showing that while the markets are making here lower lows, which they are, of course, that maybe we've just had extra whales coming in. So this chart here will be getting larger. But we usually do see
So this these red and pink, that's where people are selling. So you can see there's a massive sell-off going right now in Bitcoin, right? So, I mean, will it go back up? Like I said, maybe. There's still a lot of people out there believe in this. They have to get spanked and have their money taken away from them, like children that have money that shouldn't, right? So, and that's unfortunate because a lot of people think they're going to get rich, and a lot of people have. Not a whole lot of people, but most people see people, making money, and they jump in and they throw everything at it, and then they get spanked, right? Most people, like I said, 95% of people that are invest in crypto do not make money, right? So if you're making money right now. So anyway, don't be a piggy, right? Bacon. Don't become bacon, right? Don't become bacon. I don't eat pork that much, but I do like bacon. So, I mean, maybe you're going to be on my plate soon. So, all right. So, I don't want to get a little crazy, but anyway, there's more. There's more to this game, and I'm going to show you. You're going to watch this video. You're going to share this video, and people are going to be like, where do I invest in silver? All right. So, Dr. Corkelia, hello. So here we go. So remember, WTF happened 2007, 2008. Michael Burry, all these guys that call the market, and that's very nice of them to call it, because these guys that's the smart money, and they're calling it, And but some people are like, most people, unfortunately, because most people get their money taken away from them, all their savings, everything, and then they have to continue working for the rest of they will have to continue to work for the rest of their lives, right? A lot of people out there, and that's unfortunate, but there's a lot of NPCs out there. They're just there for show. So we can't clue everybody up, right? We can't clue everybody up, and I'm not going to get all butthurt if I don't. So just like 2007, end like 2008, Bear Stearns. So it was $175 stock. He's going to talk about this. It started losing money in January. All right. I'm not saying that January is going to be the turning point, but it seems to happen quite often when the market gets real jiggy like it is right now. And it went, I think it was like $75. And like I was telling you guys, the next day you wake up and you got nothing. That's what happened with Bear Stearns. So you see how it has that little jig. So it collapsed, and then it went up. Everybody's like, oh, buy it. It's a great deal. It's a great deal. And then it went down again. And then everybody's like, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Sell it. And then some people woke up. They just held it. I've done that to crypto stocks. All right. I can't knock these people to do that. I held on a crypto stock that was crashing, and I was like, it's linked to the dollar. It's not going to go anywhere. What the heck? And it went to zero very quickly. All right. So, and there goes tens of thousands of dollars. So you don't want to be that way. If all you got is tens of thousands of dollars, you don't want to be in this market, guys. You're going to get destroyed. So Bear Stearns, they woke up and it was zero. So everybody's like, oh, it's a $75 stock. Yeah, it was 175, but it'll come back. It never did. It went bye-bye, right? So this is going to happen to a lot this time. So we just saw one Bear Stearns, and then the federal government came in and dumped money like crazy and pumped the market back up trillions and trillions of dollars. They minted so much money. That's not going to work this time. People are done with that. The dollar's losing value. As the dollar loses value, what happens to your silver? It goes up, right? So, and then all of that value that you have with the silver, while other things are going down, stocks, housing, all these things, you'll be able to buy them for pennies on the dollar with the wealth that you have, right? So, holy shit, 2 subprime hedge funds just blew up, exactly like Bear Stearns. So we've already seen this. It's already happening.
What's happening here in the monetary system? You guys know from watching my videos that the monetary system is simply a network of bank balance sheets. So if you have UBS starting to, let's just say, struggle in a very similar way to Bear Stearns starting to struggle in the middle of 2007, that's going to have a ripple effect throughout the entire monetary system. How? Because perceived counterparty risk goes up, because everyone at these money dealer banks knows that UBS's balance sheet could be connected to a lot of those counterparties that they may be lending to. So risk goes up, liquidity goes down, regardless of what the Fed is doing with their balance sheet. In other words, QE or QT. So just to make sure we're all on the same page, the similarities here are that in the middle of 2007, we saw funds closed by Bear Stearns. There were these subprime funds that, oddly enough, like we said earlier, were called high grade. They started to close these down, and then they got a massive amount of redemptions, which has caused a doom loop because they have one problem over here, they get redemptions over here, which causes even more problems, which causes even more redemptions. And we could see the exact, well, we definitely see the exact same thing play out just the other day with UBS. Now, will it lead to a doom loop? TBA, right? We'll go over that more throughout the rest of this video. But the key here is to realize that none of us can predict the future. There are no certainties, only probabilities. But what we're seeing right now with UBS, private credit, shadow banking is exactly what we saw in 2007. Now, I know the pushback is going to be, Joe, what are you talking about? You're always too bearish. I mean, right now, the S&P 500 is at all-time highs. And everyone knows it. Sure, we've got Tricolor and First Brands. And
Well, it was, a day or so ago, but not so much now. Not at all-time highs. So it has come down. So the stuff he's talking about is starting to jiggle market. Every time we've seen the market collapse, you see these massive, blow-ups and then explosions going down. We saw an explosion going down yesterday and today. It looks like it's turned around a little bit. I haven't looked at it recently, but looks like it was turning around earlier. But will we wake up next week and it's gonna do the same thing, crash like crazy? Possible. And then maybe hit a bottom and then, rocket back up into next year. It's a possibility. So here he is. He's talking about things that are happening right now with UBS are very similar to like Bear Stearns, where you had a $175 stock, like I mentioned, and then it was a $75 stock, and everybody woke up the next day and it was zero, right? Zero. And that's 2008. So 2007, like 2008. So Michael Burry said, get out. This market is wanky. It's overvalued, all kind of crazy stuff. And then he made a lot of money. All right. So he's in a position to make a lot of money again. So he's doing the same thing. Now, I think we're going to see 26 into 27 as the all-time unbelievable blowout of lots of assets, except for silver, right? Except for silver. All right, I got a few more, and then Hindenburg. So Hindenburg omens, very similar. You remember the Hindenburg basically was that blimp that crashed and everybody burned up. So this is they have a Hindenburg omen. It's a warning. So we could have told those people that got on the Hindenburg or on those flights for 9/11, that's not going to end well. I wouldn't get on that flight, right? So that's what we see with the stock market sometimes. So he's going to talk about how we have had, if you look back in time, these five numbers of Hindenburg omens, and we've just had, and then we had a big crash in 2020. Now we're seeing the same thing again.
Tested, and I thought that we'd get at least 6 to 10 of these. Now, did I think we'd get 5 of them within a few weeks of each other? The answer is quite simply no, I probably didn't. And it's getting a little scary when you start to look at clusters. Because remember, the Hindenburg omen by itself, meh. But once you start to look at it and you get a lot of them, guys, wow, things get a little bit changed. Because as you can see here, what tends to happen after these Hindenburg omens is a pretty bad monthly period. Now, we have been on the record to talk about the fact that we generally believe that by the end of the year, the markets will be up. So remember, that's 2 months, not just one. But that is going to be...
All right. So again, are we going to see he talks about Burry as well. Are we going to see a pretty significant pullback? Yes. Very, very possibly for potentially the rest of this month. And then into the next month and into next year, potentially, we'll get Santa Claus rally and everybody be happy. They go out and spend because there's lots of money flowing, or maybe not, because I've seen Christmas as not being very happy this year. And I said that almost at the beginning of this year. So we'll see. We'll see if that prediction comes true. Will it be because of economics? Will it be because of some massive earth change event, which I think is highly possible too? Maybe a massive earth change event will cause the stock market to crash. Who knows if that does happen? All right. So more and more events are coming. For instance, we're having a weather pattern, a historic weather pattern. Now, you guys know that I've been saying that it's same thing again. I even did it before the beginning of the year. You know how a lot of people do predictions at the turn, like in January? I did it. I was like, I'm going to be ahead of the game. So it was last year. I think it was like November, December, something. Last year, I was predicting this year, right? So I said it would be a crazy early winter and it would be significant, right? So let's look at some of the stuff that's coming out there right now. So the science eventually catches up with the psychic predictions. And when it does, it's time to share it.
Pattern is about to get very intense and powerful, everybody. Matter of fact, this hasn't happened in over 50 years. As we go later into November and especially past Thanksgiving and into December as well, all the way past Christmas, we're going to go through a sudden stratospheric warming event. Now, last time this has happened in November was 1968. A minor happens about 2 times every year where it changes some of the wind direction, but a major will do a full reversal of the winds and create crazy weather patterns where we have snowstorms, blizzards, and nor'easters with a big cold pattern and a big warm pattern meeting together. Now,
all right. So let me pull back just a little bit. So as you see here, that warm cluster goes to where the polar vortex usually, spins, and it has a particular pattern. Now, I've been saying that we have basically the polar, we're having a polar shift, right? So we're having a wander of where the polar points are usually. So they've sped up. So the wander of this, it can happen over thousands of years, hundreds of years, tens of years, year long. Now it's almost on a daily basis that we're seeing the polar, spots where it normally is, they're wandering massively, very, very fast. So this is probably part of what's causing what's going to cause these massive blizzards we're going to see this year. And nor'easters for the Great Lakes and so forth, into all the way into the northeastern parts of United States.
blizzards and nor'easters with a big cold pattern and a big warm pattern meeting together. Now, a major happens about 6 times every 10 years, but one happening in November is very rare. Like I said, the last time was 1968. And it's all because of our polar vortex breakdown. So when we have a healthy polar vortex, it goes around, everything's just fine. But when you have an unstable polar vortex, you get these little fingers and vortices that come down, and this keeps swinging across, bringing storm after storm after storm. And eventually this cold air comes down with it as we go into Thanksgiving week and beyond, and bringing snowstorm after snowstorm. Now you can see this when you look way up into your tropopause. So as we go through next week,
Okay, so we're going to see these storms like I talked about. We've already seen a polar vortex come all the way down into Florida, southern Florida. The iguana apocalypse, iguanas falling off trees because it gets super cold, right? Then the sun comes out like it just did behind me. It was like snowing on the peaks. So there's still snow on the peaks. It's kind of melted off a little bit. I would show you, but tomorrow night is when we're supposed to start to get real serious snow, feet of snow. All right, so into Sunday. So at the high altitudes where I'm at, we're probably going to get some serious, feet, maybe a couple feet of snow, but maybe not. Maybe just a foot. All right, just a foot. All right, so a couple feet, a foot. All right, but we're going to see feet and feet, tens, hundreds of feet of snow here in Lake Tahoe and in some of the mountain areas, Colorado, the Rockies, and so forth. So we're going to see significant snowfall going all the way across. I don't know what's going to be down in the southern regions. They're probably going to get pretty cold down there. The polar vortex will probably dip pretty low like it did. So when winter finally hits in a little over a month from now, then it will really, really, really kick in, right? So it's going to be interesting. The weather guys, it's going to be interesting with the stock market. It's going to be interesting with all of this energy that's coming into Earth. I'm very surprised we haven't seen a significant earthquake yet. Maybe the 3-Eye Atlas craft is intervening. I don't know. They haven't called me up and said, "Hey, Mike, yeah, we're those earthquakes that you should have gotten. We're handling that." I'm like, "Cool, thanks. Can I pass that on?" No, don't pass that on yet. So no, they didn't tell me. So I have nothing to pass, right? But if they did have something to pass, I think they would let me pass it. All right. So, and they shared it with me. So that's why I like to just do my own remote views. That way no one can get all butt hurt and try to control me, right? Like the CIA used to do. All right. So I'm a free agent now, right? I'm a free soul, right? How many of you guys are free souls? Everybody, right? Everybody in this group. All right. Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem hands out $10,000 bonus checks to TSA agents for exemplary service during the shutdown. All right. I don't know, but that lady right there doesn't look like she's all that happy. Right. What? You're getting a $10,000 check and you're like, do I have a smile ear to ear? What's up with you? All right. Some people, I don't know. So, Secretary shook each of the recipients' hands as she passed out envelopes containing the $10,000 bonuses, because we know that a lot of the lefties didn't show up to work, and so the ones that did show up for work and helped keep the show running are going to get bonuses. So those lefties are be like, maybe I shouldn't be a lefty anymore. Yeah, maybe it'll work for some of them. I think most of them are NPCs anyway, so it won't matter. President Donald Trump recommended a $10,000 bonus for air traffic controllers who worked during the shutdown as well. So, and when asked by Fox News' Laura Ingraham about where that money would come from, Trump answered, "I don't know. I'll get it from someplace." All right. Oh, that's good to know. Can you get Tina Peters freed while you're at that? Okay. So now with the Tina Peters thing, we have seen a massive, thank all of you that did respond. We saw a massive call out for her to be released or, helped or whatever. to the governor of Colorado and to the penitentiary there in Pueblo. We've also seen a massive call out to Department of Justice and the White House. All right, so we're hitting everything. I'm very surprised. Now, when I look at this, I'm like, what could possibly be stopping them from freeing this one woman? Well, we know the deep state, who's very powerful, wants to have a notch in their belt, and they want to. All right, that will be, and I think that could backfire on them. I think that could severely backfire on them. Now, if they do release her, it's good on the Trump administration because I'm guessing that they would have some kind of say. But I think it's the people power would possibly have an effect as well. So here we are almost at war we are pretty much at war with Venezuela. So they're sending out, drug boats, and we're blowing them up in the water, both coasts, Pacific and Atlantic, or Pacific and the Caribbean. And we can't get this one woman freed. That's very suspect to me. So when I look deeper at why that would be, why they wouldn't just go in and physically release her, like send in a team of people, just roll in with, gun trucks and stuff, like I would do that. I wouldn't roll in with gun trucks. I just like blow up in the ceiling and go fast rope in and all kind of shit. And anyone got in the way, they're going to go bye-bye. And then take her out, put her on the helo, and then fly away. But that's the way, I roll. That's why my teams have rolled in the past. So I think we're at that point where we're going to see military involvement. And I think the reason why we haven't done that yet, because when it goes, then that's the deep state is going to go full bore, almost Civil War level, right? But I don't see a Civil War, but I do see these big cities will probably explode, and they got a lot of bad people in them still. So I think that's where we're at, unfortunately, with the Tina Peters thing, right? So these checks that are going to go out, I guess they're going to send out a lot of checks. So it was a record-breaking 43-day government shutdown. I guess these guys weren't getting paid, and so President Trump wants to reward the ones that showed up, and says, I always get the money from someplace, regardless. It doesn't matter. I do a lot of bonuses for people because it's really something that it's like the American way when you think about it. The checks given to TSA agents on Thursday were from carryover funds from fiscal year 2025, right? So he's talking about giving out, I saw somewhere, thousands of these $10,000 checks all across the country, several thousand. So Trump administration officials said would be going to several thousand $10,000 bonuses to several thousand. All right, so this is at a time where really the federal government shutdown is a harbinger of, a lot of things that are not going to do so well. Now, we have heard that the Trump administration has gotten a lot of the gold back, right, from the Vatican and from a lot of other places where it was hidden. So that's very important, I think, very, very important. And will make a difference, I think, going forward. At some point, you're going to see states like New York and California are going to default on their bonds, right? So they've been very, not very good with their bonds. They've been money laundering. A lot of that money is going into a lot of people's pockets. So at some point, the money's due, kind of like the silver. So silver has a lot of here's a check for like a written paper. We will give you this amount of silver if you give us this much amount of money. And when you want it, we'll give it to you, or you can sell it, or we can buy it back from you. However, and mostly it's sold and it's back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. For every one of those writ where we have paper, silver, there's probably 1,000 of those to 1 ounce of gold, right? So 1 to 1,000. So you guys know that that system's collapsing. When it collapses, the silver has to meet that demand, and if it's not there, then silver price explodes like it is doing, right? So we're going to see that really, really take off. And then the places where they don't have any money, like in California, New York, and they beg for the federal government to give them money or help them, we'll see how that works out. All right. They've effed around quite a bit in those 2 states, and we're going to see what happens. All right. And probably other states as well. All right, guys. That's all I got for today. Remember, if you want the best deal, I believe by far, safety, value, because you're charged up front for when you buy the silver, or eventually when you buy gold, whatever, you're charged up front percentage wise, and then when you sell, year, 2, 3 years later, where it's like 5, 10x, whatever, you're not paying for silver that's gone up that much. You've already paid in the front, right? And then there's a fee for having it in storage, just like you would if you had your clothes and your personal belongings and your furniture in a storage shed somewhere. There is storage fees, which are very, very minimal. All right. So that's what you're seeing with Dr. Kirk Elliott. It's safe. It's funded. It's insured by Lords of London. So very, very good. You're not going to see your money go bye-bye, right? And if you want to convert it, it's converted within hours. So unless it's in a fund, like an IRA or something like that, it takes a little bit longer, right? So it's going to be very, very important going forward. So KEPM.com, that's basically Dr. Kirk Elliott's website. Tell them that Jacob sent you, and you'll get taken care of. Right? Taken care of very well. All right. And they love it when all of you guys come in. I know so many of you guys are with him like I am. And it's one of the best investments I've ever made in my life, easily, right? Safest, preserved, and growing very, very nicely, right? All right. So Kirk Elliott, Precious Metals, free consultation. Just go over to the contact and you'll get the information there. So I'm going to have another show with Dr. Kirk Elliott because he's meeting with the guy, the depository guy. So we had to push our show back. So at 4:00, I'll be meeting with him. We'll be doing a show together. So stand by for that. It's going to be really good. All right. Lots of love to you guys. Stay in love vibration. And I'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets, joined today by Katie Bishop, Earth Bishop, LLC. All right. She's the founder of Earth Bishop. Katie is also alchemist, author, instructor of sacred mysteries and initiations. And most recently, she published the book, Remember Your Torch, which details her firsthand encounters with the supernatural and hidden truths that shape our reality. Most interestingly, Katie is a walk-in soul and contactee with the mission of reigniting humanity's remembrance of our eternal spirit and celestial origins. Through her teachings and her book, Katie discloses esoteric knowledge and guidance for soul transcendence, healing planetary inversions, and resurrecting the feminine principle through the wisdom of the heart. So Katie, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, no, thank you so much, Michael and Tracy Joe. Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, looking forward to this. Wow, your information is incredible. I was just reading your book and it was like, oh, I got to do a show. So your book is fantastic. Remember Your Torch, encounters with the supernatural and hidden truths that shape our reality. I know you we were talking before the show, you had misgivings about sharing this information, as many of us do, because people are going to think that we're crazy and so forth. But, these experiences that we have shape us to the point where we can start to connect with these higher frequencies and so forth, which you have done on an amazing level.
Yeah, absolutely. This information needs to come out, and some of it is somewhat disturbing. Okay. I'm just going to be completely open and honest about it. The intention is not to scare people, it's to empower people with the information and the knowledge and the truth so that we can face it head on and that we can come up with solutions. Because right now, a lot of people are unaware of all of the level of manipulation that's going on. On the same side, there's so many great things happening. So it really is this polarity war that we're trudging through. And I'm happy to kind of walk through my story a little bit to give everyone some background and highlight some of the key pieces that I think will be most helpful and relevant to people. And Michael, if you want to just stop me and ask questions as I go along, please do so.
Yeah, that's great. So what I love about your initial, pretty much most part of the book, is that people can see you're real. You've had extreme difficulties, which many of us have. So I think a lot of people will relate to that. So yeah, jump in. Let's reveal.
Okay, great. I think the best place to start is explaining the walk-in experience, because that kind of sets the foundation for everything else that comes along and all of the information that I'm bringing forward. So there's a lot of confusion about what a walk-in soul means. So I want to clarify that just up front. Essentially, a walk-in is a soul transference. There's a soul in a body, it exits, and another soul comes in. So this is not the same thing as possession or demonization, where the soul is still within the body, but there's like an attachment working through it. Okay, so a walk-in is different, and there's many different iterations of soul transference and how that happens. I'm only going to talk about my experience, and I'm not going to get into all the other different variations. And there can be negative walk-in situations. Not every single walk-in is a benevolent being. There can be malevolent beings that walk in. So I just want to be clear about that as well. And I grew up Catholic, so I didn't really necessarily grow up in this esoteric, spiritual, supernatural world whatsoever. I grew up in the Midwest. I grew up Catholic, and it wasn't until I was in my early 30s in 2011 when I started going through a spiritual awakening myself. I went through therapy, and I was trying to heal some of my own childhood traumas, and I encountered the dark night of the soul. And through that dark night of the soul experience, I felt, and in that moment is when I had the walk-in experience happen. I saw a being of light come through. He told me I was brave. He touched my heart space, and whoosh, that was the walk-in experience for me. And the best way for me to explain it, because it's a multidimensional experience, think of the Wizard of Oz, and when Dorothy is in black and white, and then all of a sudden she takes a step into Oz, and everything all of a sudden is in full color, and it's like a completely different world. That's exactly how it felt, because when I walked in, I had all my clairs activated, I had all my chakras activated. So it was an extremely intense experience. And what's interesting about the way I walked in is I came in alignment. In some ways, I kind of liken it to being airdropped, and you hit the ground running, and you've got your gear and your supplies, and you're ready to get your mission, and you don't miss a beat. So that's what it felt like. It felt like walking in, and all of a sudden I knew I had my piece of the puzzle. I knew what the information that I'm supposed to bring forward, and I got to work right away. One of the things that's interesting about this time frame when I walked in 2011 is that it was a strategy, okay? Because it's important to understand that in 2012, there was a timeline convergence.
Yep.
So I was coming in at a specific time to help with this positive timeline shift. And I didn't come in alone. I came in with a fleet of walk-ins. And that was part of the mission, is that we were going to flip the game. We were going to flip and raise the frequency during this timeline convergence to get our collective consciousness on the higher timeline path. I'm always using the multidimensional chessboard as an analogy for our reality that we're experiencing. It just works the best. So I call this fleet of walk-ins in 2011, 2012, I call it an intermezzo. And in chess, that means an intermezzo is a move that you make that the adversary doesn't see coming, and it completely changes the trajectory of the game. So that's kind of how I explain that walk-in experience. And it wasn't only—
I love that the connection too, because Bishop, as you state on your website, which is earthbishop.com, you say it's a noun: guardian, overseer, protector, and then you have the chess pieces, and it's like, oh, Bishop, chess pieces, wow, what that's, and you talk about 3D, 4D, 5D. Oh my God, wow, very cool, very cool. What nice tie-in.
Yeah. Yeah, when I was writing the book, one of the challenges was figuring out how to explain and articulate everything on a multidimensional level, especially with people like you who are very awake and aware, and your consciousness isn't localized, so you're able to tap into where other dimensions and other densities that you're active in, and doing this, writing this book this way. I had to write every chapter in 3 parts. So there's the 3D part, which tells you what's going on in the 3D plane. And then there's the walk-in perspective on each chapter, where I'm talking about what's happening from a higher perspective. And then I do key insights, and key meaning KI, like the earth. What does this insight mean for our collective consciousness? What does this mean for the reader? How can they use the information that I'm sharing in their own life? So that's kind of how I had to lay it out. It's the best way to describe the experiences.
Yeah, and I love your website. Your website has tons of information in and of itself, and then you're talking about your classes that you have, and it's like, oh boy, those classes are a huge reveal of information. Pretty cool.
Yeah. Which really leads in perfectly to what happened next, because I'm talking about walking in 2011, 2012. Well, where have you been for all this time? I got completely taken out. I got completely targeted. I got wiped off the grid. I had everything. I lost everything in my life, and they do not want this information coming out, and that is because part of the mission, it are the courses I'm teaching. It is the information that I'm revealing. This is the piece
I'm going to assume I didn't read it in your book yet, but I'm going, because I skimmed through a lot of your book. I just got it recently, but what a fantastic book. But you did they know that you're going to be bringing in this information? Oh yeah, that's why they target you. Oh yeah, I know. Wow, did they target you? Oh my God, it's amazing you survived all that. Oh
yeah. They know, because we're in this containment system. They know who everyone is. They can identify us by our frequency and everything. So walking in later in life was part of the strategy as well, because a lot of bright souls that incarnate as children get targeted. Coming in later and bringing this at the last minute, trying to flip the frequency and bring this information right at the time at the end of the cycle was really important. And that was a key strategy as well. One of the things I reveal a lot in the book is the impact that the artificial and synthetic telepathy has on us and on our society. It's to such an extreme level that I don't think people understand the level of manipulation that is occurring with it, and the remote frequency technologies that exist. And they don't want you to know this information, so much so that I went ahead and put pages in the back with the technology and each patent number. Because what happens is if you try to look up these remote frequency technologies, they won't show up in a search. You have to know the exact patent number. So I put all the exact patent numbers in here, and then a link to the actual website so you can see them for yourself. And again, this is disturbing information, but this includes everything from voice to skull to subliminal messaging, all kinds of things, dream manipulation. So this is really important for everyone to understand and have a grasp of.
Yeah, the mind control, technology they have out there, and then of course the drugs that you were subjected to, and then they once you get in that system, it's boy, is it hard to get out. Oh my God, what a challenge.
The system is so corrupt, and again, I was heavily targeted. And I did make the mistake of signing away to do an evaluation. And once they've got you to the extent at one point I was at home folding laundry. 3 police officers come to my door, put me in handcuffs with a judge order saying that I'm mentally unsafe. No reason why. They throw me in the back of a cop car. They drive me to a facility. They put a number 666 on me, and they're trying to invoke darkness in me. This is all part of, this satanic underworld that really is kind of operating in the background of everything. That happened in real life. All these experiences that I share in my book, this isn't something where I went into hypnosis and remembered a past life memory or something. Everything happened in the 3D and the physical. And then some of the experiences I was having that were multidimensional because I was being attacked on another plane, that was coming through simultaneously. And I was having fainting spells, and I was being pulled in and out of consciousness momentarily because things I was so heavily attacked, and the group I was with was heavily attacked as well. And it really took until 2021 for me to fully recover and get all my soul pieces back, because soul harvesting was actually a part of what I experienced. That is a real technology. Again, very dark, but it does exist.
Mm-hmm. And you talked about the CIA technology and all that was very interesting. Now, sounds like I've talked to several people like yourself that are highly tapped in, and there's almost like someone gets assigned to you, and it seems like your husband was somebody that really was a problem.
Yeah. I really don't want to talk about him or any of the other people in my life. A lot of what's happening that people don't understand is they don't even know how controlled they are.
I gotcha. Yeah.
And I talk about this when I discuss unconscious recon, because a lot of us are doing recon, but we're not aware of it, and we're not able to really. It's not safe for us to be aware of it because of the level of synthetic telepathy that's going on. The dark side will know what you're doing. Well, it works on the dark side too. They have players that are doing unconscious recon for them. So that happens. And
that's an excellent way to describe it.
Yeah. I lost everyone. I lost all my friends, all my family. I even went at one point to the homeless shelter where I used to volunteer at, and they turned me away. When I tell you I hit a rock bottom, I hit the rock bottom. Now, on a very high level, we can look at these experiences as descent initiation.
Yeah.
And it's a testament to the strength of the spirit and the soul. And can you descend into a reality where everything is upside down and inverted and run by a dark satanic cult and lose everything in your life and still find your way back to your heart, to your soul, so much so that you're able to turn around and help others?
Yeah, very good. So I remember one passage in your book where you were talking about they were trying to, even the players within the system that you're in, they were controlled, like you're talking about. I was like, whoa, it's like all these people are actors for this huge control system. And so you're outlining all this and you're aware of it. And you're saying you can't do this to me because I'm in this love field, this love vibrational field, and you're never going to have access to me. And they were like, they just got so frustrated. I've had that too. that is so powerful. Wow. I got to go back and outline that. I don't know what the exact verbiage you had. I was like, wow, that's magnificent.
Yeah, what they were really trying to do, I would get put in these facilities, and they would throw me into like a small interrogation room, and they wanted to know about the contact I was having. So I was having contact, and I had seen ships, and I had memory of the mission I was on, and they wanted all of this, and they were trying to pull it out of me, and it was like an extraction, and I refused. And what they were using, they had access to what is like a Neuralink chip. So they could see the first layer of the mind transference telepathy, because telepathy happens in layers, and there's all different kinds of telepathy from, you've got your instinctual, and then you've got mind transference, and then you've got soul to soul, which happens through the heart. And with the mind telepathy, they can access the first layer of what's in front of your conscious awareness really easily. Wow. That's so easy for them to grab. So I was using that against them and blowing them up in my mind a few times, making them really uncomfortable. And they would flip tables. They would get so frustrated with me, or I would just, in my mind, visualize them as angels or heaven, or, babies and puppy dogs. And they would go crazy because they could not access what they were trying to get from me. And they wanted fear. They wanted me to live in fear, and they wanted me to be ashamed and humiliated of what I went through so that I wouldn't come forward. And so I did the opposite, and I wrote a book about it, and I'm sharing it with everyone because I know I'm not the only one that has been through some of these situations. And to some degree or another, I know it's going to help a lot of people.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Huge. And your website and all the stuff you have on there is going to be, people are going to be like super attracted to that. So I remember the one where you're talking about where they came and handcuffed you, where you left the facility. You're like, I'm done. I'm just going to walk away. And so you walked home, and they came and picked you up because they called in and said that you were a threat, where you're not a threat. You're like Katie that we're talking to right now. You're just like, there's nothing. And so they called you a threat. So those 3 officers show up and handcuff you, throw in the back of the car, and drive you back. And then you got to go through all that process again. Wow. So again, the system is heavily aligned against us. So this started happening to me when I started talking about my memories of, connection to all these different programs. And wow, that's interesting to see that you went through that same problem, because they do target us when we start to wake up and start to reveal. So tell us a little bit more about when they started. So you went through all this process. You have, I guess, a soul comes in. There was a, you talk about in your book how there was before you incarnate, you have that agreement, so forth. And so there's lots of different ways that souls can come in, like you talked about, accidents and all kind of crazy stuff. But for you had an agreement that it would be during this time frame. So let's go from there, where this amazing high vibrational soul comes in after your mind has been punished, and now you're going to a different level.
Yeah. And what's interesting about my walking experience, again, it was consented and agreed upon before the incarnation. Like I said, there was a lot of us coming through at this time. This was a big strategy to shift the frequency of the planet. And that soul part really is I'm part of the same oversoul. So, we all are fractaled on this plane, and then we roll up to an oversoul, and then on that plane we fractal, and when we roll up to a bigger oversoul, and we're all more and more connected as we go up through the densities, and eventually we all become one, and we're in the unified field. So we're all just versions of oneness, having different experiences. So that soul part was really like a lesser evolved version of me. If you can think of the evolution you go through spiritually over a 20-year period, you're not the same person you were 20 years ago, but imagine having that evolution happen in one moment, and you're a completely different person instantly. That's how it felt like. And that was really challenging, walking into a marriage situation that I knew I needed to get out of immediately, but I didn't have the means to do it. And I had 2 small children, so I was juggling a lot of issues. And then on top of that, then I'd become a heavily targeted individual. So in that time frame from 2011 to 2021, after I was targeted and left with absolutely nothing, I had to work my way back to getting stabilized. I got a job for $12 an hour doing data entry, and I was able to work really hard and become vice president of the company, get my life stabilized, get things in order. But I was on survival mode, and I know what that feels like. And I think it's been actually a really great experience because I can empathize with people. So much so. And I understand what it's like to be trapped in that matrix system, trapped in that fight or flight, going from barely making ends meet, paycheck to paycheck. You can't calm down the nervous system. It becomes your default method of operation, that constant living in fear. So I understand that. And it wasn't until 2021 when I had my soul, I call my soul family, my star family, came back so that we could finish this mission that we started. And that's when I got my soul parts back that had been harvested through these targeted situations that I was in. And I really started getting out there with the courses. And I was really excited to come forward publicly. I was going to have a show on it was called Conscious Vitality, and I had worked with the producer, and I had lined up all the shows, and I started to get really nervous because of everything that happened to me last time, and I was worried about being targeted again, and I was got really scared. And in one of my contact experiences, I was told to wait. I was told that there was going to be a lot of false light coming through, like a galactic circus, like a galactic parade. And it's going to be a spectacle, and it's going to be false light. And to just wait until that dissolves itself, until it's exposed, until it falls apart on its own, before coming forward. So I waited to write the book. I had started it, but I put it on the back burner. And it wasn't until last summer I had a contact with, I call him John in the book. And he basically said, okay, it's go time. You need to work on the book. And I was supposed to go to Europe last summer. I was supposed to visit some sacred sites in France. I was going to finish another level of alchemy school, and I ended up canceling my trip completely. And I hunkered down, and I got the book ready. And the guidance I was given was to have it ready to go in the fall, and things are going to be in alignment. And so the book just got published last month, and I just had the corresponding workbook come out this week. So this interview is perfect timing because I didn't really want to do any interviews until I had all the pieces ready. But because I've been through so much trauma and I work in healing, I wanted people to have a guidebook, a step-by-step guidebook to use for their own journey. So that's available now too. But that's kind of the progression of how things happened. And I think I just gave you a way too long answer for your question. So sorry.
No, I love that. I love it when I can ask a question and the guest can really go into depth like you just did. So that's a gift. It's a gift for someone that does interviews. So thank you. So you're you're amazing. I'm just going to kind of showcase a little bit of your video classes that you have, Sacred Mysteries. This one looks very interesting right here. Sacred Mysteries, go through that. So false Genesis.
Yeah, I would love to talk about Genesis.
Great. I looked at that. I'm like, man, I'm going to sign up for this stuff. Looks great. Amazing.
Yeah, so with Sacred Mysteries Monthly, it's a class I do every month, and it's my platform that I'm using to bring the information forward that I came in with to share as a walk-in. It also comes from my contact experiences, and then from my own research and from my own trainings, because I did do actual trainings with shamanic wisdom and alchemy school and entity attachment release, and I write about all the trainings that I did in the book as well. But this class coming up next Tuesday, November 18th, is all about false Genesis, and this is like the mother load of classes, because this particularly is the information that the deep state doesn't want out there. This is the information before the Sumerian tablets. This is the information before the Genesis story in our Bible. This is the information that shares with us, well, what happened? Where did our souls come from before the Enuma Elish? Because the truth of the matter is, all of these creation stories that we have, these are not true creation stories. These are creation stories of the enslavement system. That's what it is. So the question we need to be asking is, when the Anunnaki came and did all of these genetic manipulations to create their slave race, where did those souls come from to animate this Homo sapien race that they created? You know, that is the question to be asking. And where is all the information before the Sumerian tablets? You know, our planet is ancient. We had civilizations before that. They weren't the first. You know, the dark side doesn't want us to know that. So I go through and I connect the dots of what our planet was before we called it Earth, before it was Ki, and when we were actually attached to a mother planet, Tiamat. That's the energy that they are terrified of. And this relates back to the resurrection of the feminine principle. This is the reinstatement and the transference of power that we're experiencing back to the feminine principle. And I want to talk about that for 1 second, because there's so many distortions and inversions about what that means. The feminine principle is not about feminism. That is a psyop. That is not the feminine principle. And on the other side, the feminine principle is not about vomiting rainbows and roses and unicorns everywhere, right? The feminine principle is more neutral. If anything, it leans to the feminine side, but the feminine principle is about this resurrection of living through wisdom. And it's about balance, and it's about harmony, and it's about using power to empower others. So this is the force that is coming through that can't be stopped, that the deep state wants to stop. This is the force. It's the force of love that a mother has for her child. It's the strongest force in the universe. So all of it ties together into our truth of who we were and where our souls came from before the Anunnaki invasion. People call it an expedition. I call it an invasion. So I go into all of that in the class.
Wow, good. So the Anunnaki, the Draco reptilians, Anunnaki, what can you tell us? Because I know that on certain levels, if you share too much, the targeting will be so intense that you will not be able to go forward. I know that, right? So tell us what you can.
Sure. And if you watch my videos and you've been in my classes, you'll know that I will just share some blunt truths about the Anunnaki and this dynasty, this family, this almost like conglomerate. It's like an empire that is taking over the solar system and is really controlled by the Orion group. And there's multiple different factions, and it's extremely complex. Okay. So I will trash talk, but it's really important to understand that there is a benevolent faction. There is a faction here,
Right.
a renegade faction that is working against the system, that sees the value of humanity, that loves the value of humanity, and that understands that this feminine principle needs to come back. They're helping facilitate that reinstatement of power. And they're doing it because it is the right thing to do. And it's the end of the ages. And this is real. So there really is a benevolent faction of the Anunnaki. So even though I talk a lot of trash, I will honor that. And that is real. It's all about bringing the truth back. And in my experience with this benevolent faction, it's all about the information that's coming from before they genetically modified us. So
So a lot of these ancient stories in the Bible and so forth are not really telling the entire truth of what happened to us, and you go into some of that, and I think that's very insightful. And we really need to know the truth, and that's what you're sharing with your work.
Yeah, and one of the Bible is really kind of based off of the tablets of the Enuma Elish, and when you
Right.
read the Enuma Elish, it's very graphic. You are reading how they slice, the mother Tiamat, and these are the people who enslaved humanity, and so they're writing the history. So while they're portraying Tiamat as a monster, they slay the monster to enslave humanity. So we have to keep all of this in context, and what really happened before that, and what was that battle really about. Because when you understand that this is, again, a really complex family dynamics that are trying to control for power, we need to relook at the way we see these texts.
Yeah, interesting. So you talk about in your last one I see you're talking about Yeshua's mission. What that's very insightful. I like that. So we've had like the Buddha and Yeshua. We've had some amazing people that have come through. I would say you're in that category. I'm not putting you on a pedestal with Yeshua or Buddha, but you are bringing in the information like they did. And you have a group that's working with you. And it's very interesting. This group, you talk a little bit about them, and I'm like, whoa, this is but you have to reach a certain level of consciousness, and to be able to maintain that consciousness so that they can communicate with you. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah. Well, first of all, one of the things I want to address as being a contactee, in the information that I bring forward, I am bringing it forward as a sovereign. I don't consider myself representing, I don't want to be representing any other group or faction or, federation or any kind of being. I don't have anyone controlling me in that way. While I work with them and this is cooperation, I am not sharing information because some being told me to. I think we are losing so much of our discernment as a collective because we're putting our blind faith in some of these informers or some of these contactees who are being completely manipulated. Because it's really important to understand that the dark side and some of these dark beings, they cloak themselves in light, and they might look like a really attractive, nice Nordic being, and they're completely working for the deep state, and they're trying to harvest souls of humanity. So when people are blindly following a contactee and they're saying, well, I believe this, or I'm doing this because so-and-so said so, you really need to run all of that through your own discernment filter. And that's what I do. because I've had experiences with both light and dark beings. So I would never just parrot or regurgitate anything without reflecting on it and discerning on it and making sure that it resonates with my heart. And so I bring my information forward because I'm doing it at my own free will. So I think it's really important to distinguish that. And talking about Yeshua's mission is one of my favorite things because there's so many distortions around that. And we're going to be learning more and more about what that mission was about and what it wasn't, and how it was distorted by the church, and how the feminine was completely erased, completely wiped out, and then completely distorted.
Like Mary Magdalene, they said that she was a whore, and then they said that for almost 2,000 years, and just recently, the Catholic Church comes out and say, "Oh no, we were wrong about that." It's like, what? So, but they still teach it. It's still in the Bible. It's like crazy. Come on. So, yeah, you have to like start to go outside these sources. And I love what you said about the New Age movement. You got to be careful with that because that's all like flowery and just mind control, CIA type stuff. So, you really call it out. Good job.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, the New Age deception is really dangerous because they want you to think everything is love and light, and you can just meditate your way through everything and not have to take action. And that is so far from the truth. You've got to take action. We're in a dual polarity reality, so you're going to have contrast. There is going to be dark and light. Of course, when we all roll up to the unified field, it's not like that, but we're having an experience in the 3D right now. And so we need to be aware of that this experience, these temporal frequency wars and this battle for the soul where information and mind control is the weapon. This is really happening. And the distortion and the erasure of the feminine energy is unbelievable throughout history. And again, this is part of the information that I'm bringing back because I have some information about the Marys and Mother Mary and Mary Magdalene and who they were and what those emanations roll up to. And, they make Mother Mary this demure virginal character that just got impregnated and then that's it. And then that's done with Mary. Well, she was a divine birth priestess. She was completely aware of what was going on. She had been preparing for this, bringing this life in, the life of Yeshua. She had to prepare because the womb is a portal. And they know that. And that's why women are so attacked. And there's so much to talk about the womb chakra and healing energy that comes from the womb. But, she knew what was happening. She was an active participant, and she was known as the greatest teacher to Yeshua, who got a lot of his teachings from India. So there is so much to uncover here. And we're barely scratching the surface. I go into these in great detail in my Sacred Mysteries class. I really get into specifics about everything, but it's undoing all of these lies. And we have to start thinking differently. We almost have to go a blank slate and say, okay, I need to relook at everything with fresh eyes.
Nice. Now, when you sign up for the monthly, the $35, do you get access to the other ones, or do you have to purchase them separately?
Yeah, no, you get access to the other ones.
Wow.
You'll be caught up. And then if you don't want to do the monthly, you just buy each one separately. And one of the things I do in each class, I design this very specifically with a really specific intent for Sacred Mysteries Monthly, because one of the things we need to be doing more as a collective is understanding how to have energetic hygiene and how to be more engaged with our manifestations and our creations. So each class is set up that I'll do a lecture for an hour and I'll share the information, and then we'll do a Q&A and this discussion. And it's an amazing community of people. The group is so wide awake, and the questions are brilliant, and the interactions and the support we give each other. And then we take a quick break, and then we go into new moon intention settings. Now I know the moon, I know the manipulation, but it's part of our reality. So we have to work with the energies. And when we're in a new moon time frame, that is the best time to be setting intentions and to think clearly. So I walk people through a little 4-step process to set intentions for this next phase in clearing process. And I'll teach a new technique every single class for you to learn how to clear yourself. And we walk through that together. So then you have a time set every month when you're going to get your soul nourished, you're going to get intention set and a direction and a focus for the month, and you're going to have your auric field cleared, and you're going to know how to do it yourself. So you're getting a tool that you can take with you. So that's how I design the classes and set them up.
Wow, that's unbelievable. So that's a great value beyond belief. So I love all, you look through these titles, the gods of immortality, occulted goddesses and their importance, esoteric goddess powers, weaknesses, teachings of ancient cultures, just mystery school. I'm like, wow, I want to learn, I want to listen to all this. So it's incredible. So now when this information comes through you from your guides and so forth, do you have to go into any state of consciousness, or there's like, it's just time for you to be, uploaded with new information? How does it work for you?
Yeah, so that's a really good question because it happens all different kinds of ways. And when it's physical contact, I don't initiate that. I really don't initiate the contact. I'll get like an inkling that it's going to happen, but I won't really know until the moment. But the other information, I walked in with some of it. So again, that was like kind of hitting the ground running, and I was allowed to carry this information with me. It's important to understand that when we incarnate, we get amnesia. But for those of us that are on this specific mission, we had to get certain permissions. There's like a council. It's almost like a court in heaven of what you're allowed to come in with because of free will and interference. And one of the reasons why I was allowed to come in with the information that I came in with is because it's been erased. People can't find it unless someone walks in with it, or those of us who are having contact are getting it from the contacts. So I've had different experiences with getting the information, and the most important part.
So that kind of that's beautiful. That's that stealth work you were talking about. I love that. That's very cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
You really came in with it. So they couldn't suppress it. Now here it is. Boom. Wow.
Right.
Cool.
They tried really hard to suppress it.
Oh yeah.
But here we are. So it's a multitude. And one of the things, I'm having a human experience here too, and I'm embracing this experience. And so I'm learning how to, go beyond the 5 senses as well. And when I have a question or I'm trying to pull up information, I'll go through my own process of getting it on my own. That's the journey. That's what we all are here to learn. So I try to figure things out on my own, and I'll get into a quiet space and I'll say, okay, this is the piece of information I'm missing. I'm going to put an intent on it. And then I let it go. And then what happens is it will come through, usually within like the next 48 hours, as long as you're living in the present moment and you're not, again, going into the chitter chatter of the mind, but you're really embodied and you're focused on the present moment. A sign will come to you, and it will you'll know it. You'll be like, that's the piece. Or it'll be like a song lyric, or it will be, you'll be watching a YouTube video and someone will say the answer that you're looking for, or it will come from a friend. It will come to you in an organic way in the 3D. It's not that the heavens are going to part and an angel's going to come down and bring it. We have to be present in 3D to receive all of these messages that are really coming through to us all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. My wife, Tracy, was in the chat. She's like, I get it when I'm cooking, when I'm listening to music. So the same thing. So a lot of us will have these, incredible, intense, visions and so forth. And sometimes it's just a little, oh, now I know that. And for you, when you came in, it's like you knew that a lot of this stuff because you've been through the trauma, and then your walk-in comes in and brings information that, we just can't, most of us just can't come in with. So that's pretty interesting how that process worked for you. And What else would you like to share?
Well, you know, all of this information really resides within all of us. We're all walking libraries. The Earth is a library. Every planet has its own houses its own library of information, has its own consciousness. Our Earth has its own consciousness. Like when I do Akashic Records readings, I'm essentially reading the library of someone's soul and all
Wow.
the experiences that they've had. And, you know, this soul that we take with us from lifetime to lifetime, it goes into different carnations in different star systems. And we carry that with us always. So all of the information really is internal. This is always, I've always said, ascension is an ascension. It's an internal process. It's not necessarily about going up higher. It's going in deeper within yourself and really knowing yourself, and to thy own self be true. You know, that's where all the magic is really bringing up all of the subconscious and all of the shadow and bringing them to light. That's how you really get to know yourself. That's really uncomfortable work to do. And again, that's part of, you know, the new age deception that there's no darkness and you don't have any of that. Well, we all do. I mean, that's where enlightenment and evolvement comes from. It comes from the learning through the shadow and learning from the mistakes that we made. So all of this information that I have, everyone has access to it. I'm just here to kind of be a guide and help show how I've used it, and people can take it or leave it. You know, they can take all my information, and if it doesn't resonate with them, fine. That there's nothing forced. This is all free will. So I'm just glad that I finally got to a point in my life and things have aligned in such a way that I can finally come forward now and bring this truth, because I know it's helping a lot of people, and it's really helped spark, you know, bring back that spark of life so that people don't feel like they're just existing anymore and they're on this treadmill, but they're engaged, and they're engaged with their humanity, and they're embracing the human experience. And that's what it's all about. And, you know, there's a huge new age deception with this whole galactic circus too, because they want you to spend all your time and they want you to be distracted with, you know, go learn about a planet on the other side of the galaxy that has absolutely nothing to do with anything that's going on right now. You know, so the goal is, as a contactee, I will say it is not about them. The real disclosure is about us and what we're able to bring to the table. And the real disclosure is about the construct of the reality more than anything. Because when you understand the construct of the reality, then everything else falls into place, and you're not just mindlessly wandering and being manipulated and thrown around the chessboard. You become a player, and you're making the moves, and you're making things happen in your life. And that's why I have a whole masterclass just on mastering your universe, which is all about the fundamentals of Hermeticism and understanding how to apply these things in your life. So the experience here is it's about being human, and what the guides and the galactics want us to do is embrace that. They want us to come forward and bring the disclosure. They want us to unite in our humanity, not in a Pleiadian lifetime. They want us to embrace our life now, who we are now in this body. That's what they're looking for us to do.
Yep, fascinating. So what do you think, you know, near term, long term, what's in store for Earth and humanity?
Well, these are really exciting times. They're going to be really chaotic, okay? Because we're going through this big transition, this big shift, and it's a creation process. And in the creation process, there's always chaos. You know, think of an artist. You might see them and it might look like their painting might look like a mess in the beginning, but oh my gosh, it becomes a masterpiece. So we are a masterpiece in the works right now. Our planet is a work of art. We are a work of art. And we need to take away all of these distractions. And focus on being the best versions of ourselves as Terrans. That is really the goal. It's about loving being a Terran and loving our planet. And Earth is ascended. She is going with or without us, because believe it or not, while we need the Earth to live, she actually doesn't need us to live. we are invited, we are welcome to come with her. But those who cannot hold the frequency, or those who cannot face their own shadows and conquer their own demons, they're going to have to go and do another school to get to that point. So there is going to be a split, and this is, I know it's upsetting for some people to think, oh, well, not everyone's going to make it. You know, the soul is eternal, and we're fractal, and, you know, this is a temporary experience. So don't get so caught up in the materialism and the physicality, because we're meant to evolve, and that's what this whole process is about. So it is going to be chaotic, because there's a transference of power, and the deep state is, not only are they going to do everything that they can, they're going to do everything that they can to destroy everything on their way out. Even though they know they're gone and they're wiped out, they're going to be jerks about it, and they're just going to destroy just for the sake of destroying. So we have to expect that, and we have to not let it get us down.
Yeah, it seems like they've done that in the past. You know, we've had some dramatic things that happened to Earth, the flood story and so forth. We can see that Earth at certain times was far more technologically advanced than it is right now. So has it been these people that have like destroyed the Earth and have come back, or is this a different time where the consciousness and so forth is going with the Earth, and there's going to be a split? Like, I've heard this from a lot of people. And what are your thoughts? Is there a split where some people are going to go with the 3D Earth or whatever, and then there's going to be another type of Earth?
Well, this structure that we're experiencing now is going to collapse on itself. There's not going to be any more consciousness left in it. So no one's going to be here. This is actually a false matrix system. There's a first original matrix system. Matrix, believe it or not, is in the Bible, and it means womb. And this was the original mother construct, which was designed as a holographic interface for our souls to evolve and to have experiences in physicality. Now, what happened was, when that was taken over by these, you know, parasitic groups that invaded, they flipped and reversed everything, and they created a false matrix system. And that's what we're experiencing now. And that's what we're liberating the souls from, so that they can go on to their next stage of evolution and not be recycled back in. So this system, this reality that we're experiencing now, is going to collapse in on itself, and there won't be any more false matrix system. What will happen is the souls that didn't evolve enough to be on the 5D Tara, that Earth plane, that new Earth plane, they're going to go to another 3D matrix system that is not an inversion. Now, a lot of what we have here too are NPCs. They're designed to be part of the construct, so they don't leave the construct. They're going to collapse with it. They're not multidimensional beings. They don't have souls, so they don't have a next stage of evolution. So there's multiple things going on at the same time here. Now, for your audience, you know, I feel safe saying everyone's going to be going to 5D. If you're watching this and this resonates, you get it. And don't feel like you're responsible for saving everyone with savior complex. You know, the best, if you really want to help people, be the best version of yourself and lead by example. Be that shining lighthouse, be stable within yourself, and let people come to you when they're ready. And you live with integrity, you live your life as the best version of yourself, and you will be helping people, and your frequency will be helping people, and people will notice you. They're not going to say it, but they're going to learn just by your actions. So that really is the best way to help people, instead of getting dropped down into the programming of that savior complex.
Wow. Some amazing insights and knowledge that's been shared. I love it. So yeah, your website again, earthbishop.com. You got a great book, Remember Your Torch. Tell us real quick about the torch. I love the way you describe the torch.
Yeah. The torch is, you know, the fire element, this element of life. It represents our life force energy that comes through our soul, and this life force energy we carry from lifetime to lifetime. It can't be put out. It's the light that is filled with joy. It's the light that gives us the ability to create. And for me, I see it as the light of sacred wisdom. And to me, the torch in a lot of my experiences, it's been like the passing of the torch, the passing of the wisdom. And we are all here. We are all going to be ancestors some days ourselves. So we need to practice embodying that wisdom so that we can one day pass this torch down. So that's what it means to me. And yeah, I have the book is Remember Your Torch. The workbook is Reignite Your Flame. So this is the step-by-step guide for self-healing. This is designed to save you a ton of time and money in therapy. And then there's a Remember Who You Are journal, because the journaling is a really big piece of it. And you write your own story in here. You know, this is your journey, and what are you leaving? What is your lifetime? What has that meant to you? And what has that been? So you can get all three of these things on my website directly, which is the cheapest way to get them, or they're on Amazon as well. And you can go to my website and have all different.
Well, Katie Bishop, we've been blessed with your insights and knowledge. Thank you so much for coming in. Love to have you back on. To talk a little bit deeper at some point. Maybe do some courses with you and get some more experience, and then we can have some deeper conversations. It'd be great.
Yeah, that sounds great. Thank you so much for having me, Michael.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I guess we were the first show. We had all your books and courses together. That's beautiful. Thanks for.
This was like the kickoff virtual book tour. So thank you. This means a lot to me.
We love that. Yeah, that's great. We love to be, the bringer of great information. You just brought it. So thanks so much.
All right. Thank you, Michael.
Great. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Ukraine's army is being decimated, right? It is it's a NATO trained, NATO supplied. NATO, when it was formed, was the Nazis from Germany basically started NATO. The Nazi generals basically were the first that came into NATO, and many Nazi generals from Germany over the years have been the head of NATO. So it is absolutely a former German Nazi organization, and it's being decimated by Russia, right? So Russia's not playing around this time. They're going to make sure that this Nazi army is absolutely destroyed, right? So, and then on the other side, we have weather that's being massively. You can see behind me. You're supposed to get lots of snow up here, a couple feet of snow over next couple days, weeks, and so forth. So, from the solar activity that's coming in, it's going to cause wonky weather, right? The coast of California is supposed to get 4 to 5 inches, and going deeper, there'll be some 4 or 5 inches well into throughout California, in the deserts and so forth. There'll be flooding, devastation. California has been under attack for a long time. They've been cloud seeding and all kind of crazy stuff. Area 51, they were dumping all kinds of aluminum in the air that's caused nano thermite and all kind of crazy stuff that got in the trees and on the houses and so forth. So when they came in and it hit it with the direct energy weapons, it basically caused a massive conflagration, destroyed much of California. It's been an ongoing process of destroying California, and it's not going to let up. Now, we know the deep state is on their last legs, but they know they're on their last legs, but they're going to destroy everything on their way out, guys. Right? So you need to be heads up. You need to be able to move and chuck and jive. Like when I was a running back playing football in high school, just like I'd get hit and I just kept moving. I get hit, I bounce, I hit somebody else because I was very powerful runner. And so I have big, strong legs and powerful legs, and I just would jam people, right? So you got to be able to shuck and jive. Don't let them, get you trapped, because they're going to try to. They're going to try and take out as many of us as they can. And we have to be able to fight. Remember that, right? fight. All right. So stay informed, and you'll be able to survive, right? Don't get into the negative mind states and so forth like that. I know some of you out there, New Agers, you think all you have to do is meditate and focus on love, and everything's going to be fine, but you're going to find out, right? So you have to get involved. You can't just pray and, hunker down and trust that God's going to take care of you. You've heard my story many times where God sent, people to, like the sheriffs came and knocked on the door, and the guy was like, "Oh, God will take care of me," and no, there's flood's coming. And then the boat came when they're on the first floor, second floor, and it's like, no, God will take care of me. And then a helicopter came when they're on the roof, and they're like, no, God will take care of me. And then they get to heaven, and it's like, well, God, I thought you were going to take care of me. So I sent like 3 times. I sent somebody to take care of you. So a lot of you guys in this group, you're involved. I'm not worried about that. No, I just did a show with Katie Bishop. She's a contactee and a walk-in, all kind of crazy stuff. She's got some incredible information. She talked about how this is a time frame where the earth will split. We've talked about this. I've had people that, well, I haven't had them on, but I've, and maybe I will. But this is one gentleman that basically talked to Jesus, and he said, the earth is going to be destroyed. Right. So the floods are coming. Storms are coming. The sun spots are, launching plasma at us on a massive scale. And some of us will just go with the new earth. Right. And but that's because we're involved, because we keep our consciousness on a high level, and we're watching for things that, we need to do. Some people complain that, I'm lucky because I can move around, and I went from Florida to here, whatever. Right. So wherever you're at, you can be safe to a certain extent. When you get the okay, it's time to go. Maybe it's time to go. And some of you are like, well, my jalopy won't even get down the street, so I'm just going to go with the old earth and reincarnate on some other star system, right? So whatever. So for those of you that are involved and you want to be in control of your life, and you know that there are forces out there that want you to be successful, and you tap into them, and that's where many of us are going to be going. So destruction of the Ukrainian army. It's ongoing. The Ukrainian army, of course, like I said, is NATO. That's basically the Nazis, and they're being decimated. Right? Decimate is from, I think, a Roman term. It was think deci is like 100. So when you had the 100 come in, the 100 Roman legion, right? They were going to decimate you. So anyway, Ukrainian army is being decimated. And I've been saying this is going to happen. It's going to start to accelerate. It's going to move very fast. Now, this is very important, I think, going forward, because the destruction of the deep state, the reptilian, Draco, Anunnaki, and so forth, the negative ones. Of course, there's some positive ones out there, but the negative ones that are, very much in control still in some areas. In Ukraine, they're still in control. In NATO, they're still in control. But we know that they're running out of money. They're running out of material, and they're being decimated. And very quickly, very fast. It's picking up speed, like I predicted about a year and a half ago when Russia started its its big push, its offensive, and probably coming up on 2 years now. When we go into the new year, it'll be around 2 years that I predicted that they would start, and it did in that time frame. So we're seeing them move very, very fast now. It used to take them weeks and months to take cities. Now they're taking them in a very short period of time. The bigger cities used to take them a year or more. Now they're taking them in a month or two. So it's really accelerating. And this picture that I'm showing right here, this area right here is 34 square miles or kilometers. So 34 square kilometers. Massive move for one day, guys. Massive, massive move. So it's a disaster everywhere for Ukraine. Ukraine is basically the deep state. Zelensky has basically taken a lot of money that the United States taxpayers have given him, and he has mansions all over the world. Just recently, someone that was, I guess, money laundering all the money that was coming in. They were supposed to be making drones and so forth. The Ukrainians don't have a lot of drones because I guess these people are stealing the money instead of making the drones. And so this guy, I guess, multi-billionaire, of course, they were going to his house, but he got word and he left for Israel. All right. Safe in Israel. How about that? Right? Israel for last. So there was another one that was skimming. And I guess Zelensky and his team were going after them. Maybe they weren't getting their cut like they needed, like they felt they were supposed to. So they're like, go get those guys. They're not giving us our cut. And so they escaped. So the other one went to Turkey. So you got one in Israel, one went to Turkey. And I guess those areas are going to benefit from that, from those very rich people that come in there and whatever. Right. So it's not going to Ukraine. So Ukraine is collapsing everywhere. The money's drying up. They want NATO and the United States. So the United States has basically frozen Russian assets, which is complete BS. That's basically it showed the rest of the world that you can be in our system, but if we don't agree with you, we'll seize your shit, right? So and Russia was like, G7 and part of the world and part of trading and all kind of stuff, and they decided that they were going to try and take Russia over like they did in the Soviet Union days. And Russia's like, screw you. We're not going to do that. And we're going to destroy your Nazi army again. So that's what they're doing. I don't know. If they're going to let them exist in Europe. There is a potential that Russia will not stop at the Polish border, right? So we'll see. Anyway, decimation of Ukrainian forces. It's happening. And here's another one. Military summary basically is letting us know that, like I said, these cities are being taken down very quickly. Ukraine pulls out of negotiations, and that's not going to work out so good for them. So like the pulling out negotiations, what they didn't have any negotiations. All it was like, we'll quit fighting you with our Nazi army, and you can have everything, right? So I guess Ukraine doesn't want to do that, and so Russia is going to keep coming. So here's a very good overview of this one city that's being absolutely Pokrovsk is being decimated, right?
Across direction. During the previous 24 hours, the map has been updated significantly. So this is the situation by the end of the 13th of November. This is the situation by the end of the 12th of November. The Russians managed to turn into the gray zone up to 20-25% of the settlement of Mirnograd. This information was provided by neutral mappers, which means that the Russians are already in the city limits and are trying to force the Ukrainians and the Ukraine army, or those who managed to survive, to move and to concentrate themselves somewhere along this area. And then Russians will start talks, will start negotiations. They will provide, of course, Ukraine.
So we've seen that there's been 25 Ukrainians. They're like on crutches and wheelchairs and stretchers. 25 basically surrendered. We haven't seen that number. It's not a very significant number because there's thousands of Ukrainian soldiers being slaughtered, unfortunately. But we've not seen that kind of numbers for quite some time. Mariupol, some other places that Russia came in, and they knew that it was over for them. They didn't have any water, they didn't have any food, and they hadn't have any for a long time. So and so they dropped a bunch of leaflets on these guys, and they gave up. And then the place where they were, they blew it up with a over 6,000 pound bomb. They have some huge bombs now, and they're glide bombs, so they can go wherever they need them to go. They're controlled glide bombs. They drop from aircraft, with GPS tracking and so forth, and they just glide right into the target and blow it up. Wow, devastates like massive numbers of buildings when these fall. So they dropped the leaflets. You can stay, or you can. I guess those guys decided to live. So good for them, and hopefully a lot more are surrendering. This is the way it was on the Western Front during the Nazis, and they sent everybody to the Russian front. The generals that got out of the line, they sent them to the Russian front. So Zelensky, he's probably going to get those guys that were working the money and send them to the front. Right? And so that's the way I guess they pay him. It just got ridiculous. They were sending retarded people to the front, and so, they're desperate. But they're definitely being decimated. There was also a couple of days ago, some of you may have seen it. It was on the news where it was like Mad Max, and it said Russians are like Mad Max. No, Russians were taking advantage of the situation. There was a lot of fog that came in, and so the drones can't fly enough. They can't see anything. They don't fly, right? I guess there's IR and stuff. I don't know, but maybe the Ukrainians don't have that capability. So anyway, the Russians were on motorcycles. They'd taken a bunch of cars and vehicles that were like, probably all decimated and blown up and stuff, and they reconfigured them so that they would run. So they're on these vehicles that look like Mad Max. So they're like going into Pokrovsk, and they're just came in and took over under the cover of fog. So they called it Mad Max. But they're very skilled fighters. Instead of walking into, they just found what they could and converted it and rode in like heroes. So that's the way I would have done it. So here's a little bit of more information. I'm going to show you some scenes here.
This opportunity and chance to surrender. I'm not sure whether the Ukrainians are going to accept this or not. They still believe that Ukrainians, Syrsky, will be able to break through Russian defense around in the area of Rodinska and to make a corridor for evacuation. But we see that this hope is getting to nowhere. Furthermore, we got during the previous 24 hours a very interesting and very important video published by pro-Russian sources. In this video, we can see a Russian drone that was flying above the main supply lines, the main tree lines, and the main infrastructural objects across the city of Pokrovsk. And here we can see.
So I don't know if you're catching, there's like tons of vehicles that have been destroyed. So let me take it back a little bit.
Previous 24 hours, a very interesting and very important video published by pro-Russian sources. In this video, we can see a Russian drone that was flying above the main supply lines, the main tree lines, and the main infrastructural objects across the city of Pokrovsk. And here we can see tens of vehicles of the armed forces of Ukraine that were destroyed as a result of entering the Pokrovsk kill zone. So all these vehicles were destroyed by Russians with FPV drones, with different drones when the Ukrainians were trying to bring additional reinforcements and reserves or probably to evacuate. So dozens of vehicles.
So dozens and dozens and dozens. So there's a British Land Rover that was decimated. And of course, there's German, American, you name it, country, NATO country, that's the French that have given, armored vehicles and so forth, they're all being destroyed, right? So there's really not anything left to a great extent. So moving very quickly through that, and it's going to be very interesting going forward. So the market. So the market was down pretty significantly today. Of course, silver reached an all-time high today, all time. And it was like over $54. And then the market decided to go kerplunk. So if you see if I can drag this down, there we go. So right up in here is the 54.47 area, I think. So all-time high on silver. You see how it just like it built a nice little, okay, we like this area. And then it collapsed because the market collapsed. The market collapsed almost 800 points. Now, the one thing that I was watching this today, and I saw the NASDAQ filled a gap, the Dow Jones filled a gap, and I'm like, okay, it's going to go up. Well, first, let me go look at this S&P. Oh no, the S&P had a huge gap, massive gap that had to be filled, and so it was. So as you guys can see here, this gap right here, super massive gap. Let's see, it was at 67.30 all the way up to 67.70. So 40 or no, it's like a lot more, over 100. So anyway, it gapped down and it just kept going down all day. And you guys see here, it finally hit that, it filled that gap, because you guys know what I talk about. I talk about this all the time. There's gaps. Gaps got to be filled. And so it came down, filled that gap. And tomorrow it'll probably be up, 1,000 points. I don't know. I'm just kidding. Maybe. So, or maybe it'll just collapse some more. Who knows? So I know that you crypto bros and gals are like, totally into, crypto. I saw like a special report where they were saying that crypto is now in a Dow theory bear market. So that could be just whatever. It could be just a pullback like we saw today. Crypto pulled back pretty significantly. Right now it's like 98.8. I don't know what it ultimately went down to. Let's look. So ultimately went down to 98 right on the dot. How about that? So, and then it bounced. So right now it's just in the process of trying to find where it wants to go, right? And it could be up, it could be down forever, right? I don't know. A lot of people are like, we'll get out of stocks and we'll go to crypto. It didn't look like that today. So I've been watching, like I said, I've been watching crypto. Crypto has been leading the stock market down. So now here, like I said, is silver. Silver was down over $1. Now, silver is in high demand right now. I saw a post recently, I think today, where some group, it didn't specify who it was, but some group purchased silver at the highest amount ever, right? So silver is becoming scarce in a lot of places. And scarcity means people are going to have to pay more for it. And so that's why you're seeing silver is not going to stop. Silver is going to probably, maybe by the end of the year, be like I predicted, around $75, maybe 85, 75, 85. A lot of people were saying 100. I think 150 by the middle of next year, easy, maybe sooner. Right. So that's 3x from where it is now. Now, a lot of you guys are like, it's too high. It's already gone. It's already reached its peak. No, it's not. And it will go much, much, much higher as the stock market and crypto goes down. Pretty much almost like bye-bye, right? It's going to go bye-bye, right? But enjoy it while you can. And you might, like I said, you might get it. I think it's going to go higher. There's a lot of fear right now. They filled up a gap. Maybe it'll go higher now. So we'll see. Could be a bargain. Bargain and pawn shop, I was able to get 30 for each. What, silver? Sold silver $30? What are you talking about? It's like over 50. So anyway, silver to the moon, Miss Mindersu. Yes, Miss Mindersu, you're correct. Silver will go to the moon. In fact, I think silver is going to go to Jupiter. So remember that, what was that movie, something Jupiter, where that woman was like she was a maid and she was like a queen on Jupiter, but it was hidden. And she learned about it. There was like this special protector that came to keep her alive. Not Uranus, right? Not Uranus, no. Jupiter Rising, that's it, Wolf Mother. Good one. Good call. Good call. Jupiter Rising, great movie. If you've never seen it, they got the bees in there. It's like, wow. The bees know that she's like a beautiful Jupiter mother, right? So very, very good. Jupiter Ascending, no, Jupiter Rising was a movie. Jupiter Rising, yep. Ascending and rising, kind of the same thing. So close, not quite a cigar, but we'll give you a cigarette, all right? I don't smoke, so you'll have to get it somewhere else. So anyway, the cold is coming, and the solar storms are going to make it a lot worse, right? So let's look at David Dubine. He has a nice little show, and he talks about it.
Now, you could be having a bad day, but in perspective, I think not so much. But the planet being...
Yeah, that's really a bad day. But really, you know what? We're going to find out that we've had a few bad days with all this solar activity, guys, because all that energy just went into the earth, and it's going to cause some problems.
Smashed by CMEs, auroras all the way down to Florida. There's been record cold down to Florida, but you're not hearing about it. They want you to look at the pretty colors in the auroras, which I'll bring you tomorrow's video. Incredibly beautiful, but starting at the record polar vortex swinging down. Lock that in for you. Right around 15,000 feet, it was 40 Celsius below zero, which is a negative 40, which caused those ground temperatures to, well, get chilly. And what's interesting is as it moved offshore, creating this pattern of ice crystal clouds, which you normally see along the North Pole boundary. But hey, with the Earth's magnetic field collapsing.
North Pole, yep, the Earth's magnetic field is collapsing because we're getting hammered by these solar storms. So not so good stuff. All right. So we're going to continue to see a lot of this weather craziness. And let's look at the next weather craziness that's coming. Massive amounts of water. It never rains in California, but when it does, it pours. And that's what we're going to see. And we're already starting to see that right now. So it's not looking so good for Cali.
Back to Earth and talk about some upcoming weather. Our top story is going to be this big time storm that's hitting California, Oregon, the Pacific Northwest. We've got a really strong low pressure system here, very visible on satellite, slamming moisture into California, Sacramento, San Francisco area right now. And this is going to cause some big problems with flooding and winds and landslides. We're already seeing reports coming in about landslides, and this is going to go on for quite some time here in Central California. And slowly but surely, some of the effects are going to slide down into Southern California as well. I mean, the West Coast is just going to get battered by this atmospheric river over the next couple of days. But once again, it does look like over time, the low pressure system is going to weaken and kind of stall out as it goes down to the south and east, but it's still going to chug a bunch of Pacific moisture into the Los Angeles area. And it looks like it's going to be a lot of moisture. I'm expecting.
All right. So Ryan Hall, y'all, he brings it. So it's very good information. Now, we've had a lot of dry stuff, like I talked about earlier. in California, burning the place down. And what's that going to do when a lot of rain hits it? We're going to get the equivalent of months and months of rain in a couple of days.
Widespread flooding, down trees, especially in more central and northern parts of California with the down trees. But even in Southern California, flooding is on the way. Get ready for it. Just look at the amount of rain that we could see over the next 1 to 5 days. These are crazy numbers for California, especially around Los Angeles down here. Some places will see much more than 4 inches of rain in a short period of time. This will lead to flooding. And of course, this is going to be a problem in those burn scars. But even outside of that, this could be a problem just for general areas around Los Angeles, Santa Barbara.
Yeah, that's going out to the deserts. So the deserts like it. I've been in the deserts when there's been heavy downpours. When I was a SEAL, we used to train out in Nyland, California. We had our own little compound out there, and boy, when it rained hard, it was like rivers. One of the vans that were out tipped over into one of the canals there because they got hit by a tsunami, right? And the guys were fortunately able to get out, but the van was lost. And so that's going to be some cray-cray out there in those deserts. Of course, they'll flower. It'll be beautiful. Maybe not during the winter, but when it comes around flowering time, it's going to be spectacular in the desert. But we're seeing. I predicted we're going to have wave upon wave upon wave for months of weather come hitting us into California, going over into Colorado, the Rockies. So the Sierras, the Rockies are going to get rocked with snow, massive amounts of it. And then, of course, the low-lying areas, the valleys and so forth, will get a lot of this stuff. And, if they were smart, what they would do is, reservoir this stuff up, but California, just let it run out to sea. And then, the farmers don't get any water. It's like, what group, put these crazy people in, well, we know who it is, the Anunnaki and the reptilian. So, of course, I look at Gavin Newsom, looks like a vampire to me, but I guess somebody in the reptilian line, owns his DNA. I don't know. That's the only thing I can figure out. So, I mean, look at this weather. Unbelievable. All the way out into Phoenix, the high mountains are going to get this. So you'll see high mountain snow all the way out into, of course, Colorado, Nevada, into New Mexico, and Arizona, Utah, of course. So all these mountains are going to get massive amounts of snow, right? It's going to be, you think he's a reptile? Wolf Mother, I agree. I think he's a reptile. But a lot of people like him because he's a shape-shifting reptile. And I think occasionally some people catch a real glimpse of him. You know that in certain frequency vibrations in higher vibrational fields, you can see these people. I've seen some of these people. They're not pretty, right? So yeah, Newsom is very, very disturbing when you really start to see him. I call him a vampire, but he looks like some kind of snake man when you see the real vibrational frequency. So
Santa Maria, and then of course up there into the Central Valley, up towards Redding, and a lot of this is going to actually fall as snow in the higher elevations, which is why we've had to pull out the snow map here, and you can see that it looks like about 2 feet of snow is going to be possible at the highest elevations of the Sierra down here. So get ready for this storm. It's going to be relentless for the next couple of days, especially in southern portions of California, and it does look like it's going to come along with some flooding. Even all the way out there on the Day 3 WPC excessive rainfall outlook, we are highlighting the Los Angeles area and the Death Valley National Park for significant flooding. This will likely be upgraded to a moderate risk before all is said and done. So that's
significant flooding with a moderate risk, and who knows, maybe it will become high risk further on. I think it will. All right, so just be aware, it's happening. Now, global alert. General Flynn warns America's enemies are preparing to launch thousands of terror attacks designed to collapse the United States in the next 90 days. So he was on Alex Jones' show. I don't know where he's getting the information from. I guess he's still tapped in, although I guess he wasn't tapped in when the guys from FBI came and took him down. So, but he seems to be tapped in here, right? Because I've been warning about this for like quite some time. So, deep state dangerously close to derailing Trump agenda. So thousands of terror attacks designed to collapse the United States in the next 90 days. So the former head of the defense agency warns that America's survival literally hangs in the balance. And if massive deep state indictments don't happen soon, their plan to destroy America will succeed. And of course, you know, we had Juan on last night. We're trying to get Tina Peters freed. Her son, Remington, former Navy SEAL, he's rolling over a grave. He's like, Mike, come on, please go rescue my mom. I'm like, I can't do that. Right? So not in this reality, but I'm trying in the other realities, guys. Sending prayers, sending the love frequency to help out Tina. Hopefully it helps. But these evil ones are very powerful, so that they have a little notch in their side. Now, I don't know why the Department of Justice is not contacting Pueblo correction facilities where Tina is located and transferring her into a federal facility where she'll get support and stuff that she needs, and maybe even a little bit of freedom, maybe even complete freedom. I don't know. I don't know why, guys. There's could be some more pressing stuff. Maybe there's a reptilian lineup that if they do that, then they'll come in and raid the DOJ and FBI headquarters. I don't know. So, but it seems very strange to me that the one person that really risked everything for Trump more than probably anyone else out there is being kept behind bars. And I think President Trump is failing here, right? President Trump and his team. So there's lots of phone numbers to call. In my X, Juan did another show, and they're saying DOJ and White House. There's more numbers because we called the governor of Colorado. I guess that didn't work, right? So we blew his phone up, and I guess now we're going to blow up the DOJ and the White House. This is crazy. This is, if we can't release just one person, it's not looking so good. All right. So that's kind of where that is right now. All right. All right, guys. That's all I got for right now. So lots of rain and snow and so forth for the West Coast. And I guess a heat wave for the rest of, America after having a polar vortex come down. Now you're going to get a heat wave, and then you're going to get another polar vortex, and you're going to, I don't know about another heat wave, but it's going to be back and forth. Wonky weather with this sunspot activity that's really cranking at us. So just be heads up, going forward. Weather's going to get crazy. And earthquakes are going to get crazy, volcanoes, tsunamis. Oh my! So everything's coming, right? So be open-minded, be ready to roll, right? All right, and have the stuff you need to survive. Have extra food and water, blah blah blah. We've been talking about that for like 5 years now, Mike. It hasn't happened yet. Well, some of us it has. So just be ready to roll, like I did when I was in Florida. With Hurricane Helene, I was like, what? This is completely unnatural. And I've been able to push these out for years, and something is different, right? So I loaded up the truck and moved out of there, right? And we survived. So be ready to roll in a moment's notice. You may have to leave some stuff behind, but I had all the gold and silver and all the other important stuff. And the weapons and bullets and all that stuff. So be ready to roll with that stuff. You don't want to leave that stuff behind unless you have to. If you have to at a moment's notice. If I have to, like, go on foot, I've got all the stuff I need to go on foot if I need to. Just leave everything. Go naked into the wilderness. I'll still survive, right? So be ready. Be ready. It's going to be a really crazy year because the reptilians are really pissed. They can be very nasty, right? And they're gonna do what they can to create problems for us. All right, lots of love, stay in love vibration, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. It looks like a lot of people are starting to catch on with the space weather that could have a massive impact on Earth. And we're going to talk a little bit more in detail about that. So very, very, I think it's going to be a biggie. All right. So we need to be aware of that. And we're going to talk about that. But first, I did a show with Sheila Holm. Quite amazing show. And afterwards, we were talking a little bit. And we talked about how Donna Brazile had sent a email to Nancy Pelosi. So Donald Trump, and at the time, it wasn't J.D. Vance. It was the other guy that was like a huge failure for Trump. I'm not even going to mention his name because he who must not be named, right? The former vice president, who's a traitor, I think. So they were both in the White House, and Nancy Pelosi was going on a trip to the Middle East or something. And she had all her family and all her luggage was packed. And I guess there was kind of like the same thing was going on right now. There was a government shutdown, and President Trump was like, wait, okay, cancel, kind of like that. And so I guess what happened is they were going to shoot a Russian missile that they had gotten at the White House and blow the White House up. So Donna Brazile sent a email to Nancy Pelosi, which was intercepted. I guess when they thought that she was supposed to be off, and saying congratulations, Madam President. So wow, there's a lot more that's going to be revealed, I think, in the future. So Donna Brazile, of course, I guess she has a squeeze, which is the former mayor. I don't know if it's the current mayor or the former mayor, female of the Washington, D.C. Is her squeeze, all right? Her significant other type. So, which doesn't mean anything to me. Love is love, whether you're loving same sex or whatever. So, but anyway, it kind of seems to matter to some people. But for me, it just goes to show that these people are full of lies and deceit, just like Obama's children, being from other parents that were donated to the Obama couple, who, of course, we know that Michelle is a transgender, Michael, and that's been, revealed. It's been revealed for a long time. Within a week or two after revealing that Michelle was a transgender. So, wow. So, I mean, these people, like I said, they're full of lies. Democrat Party, a lot of things are being exposed. President Trump blow him up in the White House with his vice president. And that was when Nancy Pelosi was the leader of the House. And the way it works, I remember they did that one show where there was like, the presidency. So there's kind of, they show us a little bit, what's going to come, and then they reveal it. One of the things I saw just recently, I need to bring it up. I think I shared it on X. So let me see if I can get X up and share that. It is unbelievable. It's basically let me get it. So I don't want to screw it up. So I'll talk about it, and I won't say it right. So hopefully I got it on X. I know I was sharing it everywhere else. So let's see. Is it there? Come on. Maybe I have it on Facebook. So it is basically a massive share where we're seeing that recent plane that went down just recently, FedEx plane tied to 9/11, all kinds of crazy stuff. Hopefully I got it. Oh my God. Maybe I should just move on. I'll just have it ready for next show, but it's stunning. It's a stunning reveal. I'm not seeing it in Facebook, so either. It's one of those things where, you know, you think you share it to some places and then you find out later you share it someplace else. Because I got so many different things going on. So, but is that it? Nope. Got it. So it's going to be it's going to be very, very interesting to reveal this one, guys, because you're going to love it. All right, here we go.
Crash that just happened and 9/11, I didn't believe it until I fact checked it, and it is completely real. Listen to this. This is an image of Dick Cheney watching the September 11th attacks. He passed away November 4th. So he was the VP during 9/11. Now, on the FBI's website, they state that 2,976 people were unalived on September 11th. What at first could be a coincidence is that the UPS plane crash that just happened was flight 2976. But there's more. So on the same day that Dick Cheney passes away, November.
So, of course, I'm sharing this with you on 11/11. So, you know, thank you to all you veterans out there. I know a lot of you guys have been saying thank you for my service, but my service has not stopped. All right. So I'm still serving. My life is still threatened. I feel in some cases that I am under or have been under more threat, you know, sharing this stuff on, you know, social media than I ever did when I was in the military or working in the CIA in combat zones. It's crazy. Right? So, yes, thank you so much, everyone that has, you know, expressed your gratitude. So my gratitude goes back to you for, you know, tuning in and staying informed.
November 4th, we have 2,976 people who passed away during 9/11. We have flight 2976 that.
All right, so 2,976 people, 2976. Wow. So it's like they script this narrative for us. It's like we're living in a movie. So, you know, we've heard the thing a lot, and some people get really irritated when you say enjoy the movie, get lots of popcorn, get your popcorn. It's not like it's being done by the good guys. It's being done by the bad guys, and it's constantly happening. All right. So, but calling it out and pointing it out is very, very important so that we understand their game. And when you diss them and like meme them and laugh at them, they hate that. So that's why you should do it a lot.
Just crashed. That alone could just be a coincidence. I know there's no such thing, but let's just put that out there. But here's where it gets crazy. The model of the plane is the McDonnell Douglas MD-11. That was the plane that crashed. That was retired from passenger service 11 years and 9 days before it just crashed on November 4th, 9/11. And as of today, 9 perished and 11 injured in the UPS cargo plane crash that just happened. And then here's the cherry on top. The night that happened, Donald Trump tweets, "And so it begins," which is a famous quote from Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers. So how much of our reality is scripted and planned? I bet you if you type this in, not that you should use ChatGPT, but if you did, hey chat, what's the odds between this, and that all happening and these connections between them? It's probably 1 in several trillion. It is extremely unlikely to be an accident. Now, this kind of reminds me of the kindergarten class that was being, you know, told to say with certain words, to spell out certain words. that George Bush was sitting in the class and they got the kids to read out plane, steel, beam, tower. Do you remember that? And then he got the call that was famously, they got the picture of him. Oh shit, there was an attack. This just gives me, I don't know, man. Absolutely shocking. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below and follow for more.
All right. It's an altered reality. We live it, right? We live in an altered and basically managed reality. So that's what we're in right now. And one of those altered and managed realities could be coming from the universe. So the universe, you're like, well, is it scripted from the universe? You got to start looking at everything like this now, guys. So it's very interesting. It's very, very interesting. So we're about to get a shock wave that's going to hit the earth, and we need to be prepared for it.
There is a lot going on. There's a shock wave that's already interacted with the Earth following the large X-class solar flare that came right out of this sunspot and active region right here. Here's the sunspot that's been throwing a fit off and on for the last couple of weeks. When it was behind the sun, we saw evidence of what appeared to be a possible CME that came off the backside of the sun, moving at over 5 million miles per hour. That is nearly Carrington speed. The Carrington event of 1859 is the largest solar flare and CME ever recorded.
All right, so the largest coronal mass ejection ever recorded basically knocked out all of the telegraph wires. That was like their internet back then, right? So is this going to disrupt our satellites, internet, cell phone, TVs, you name it? There won't be any popcorn eating because all that stuff be gone, right? So it'll be back to like tiddlywinks and playing cards. So I don't know. You guys just be aware that we have some very powerful storms that are coming. We've talked about this for years. I've said more recently that I really, really, really feel that this stuff is coming, and it's getting very, very close. And here we are.
Looking at an event right here, you just saw a full halo. That right there you just saw that looked like snow is a proton storm that's currently got the Earth engulfed in charged particles. That storm is underway. We're about to enter a possible strong geomagnetic storm following 3 X-class solar flares that all sent CMEs flying through space headed towards the Earth. And here's a graph over here at the Parker spiral. Let me show you what's going on. The yellow dot is the sun. The green dot is the Earth. The moving waves, the activity you see between the Earth and the sun, those are the CMEs. And you can see what's called a cannibal CME right in here. Let me show you where it's at. Here I put an arrow pointing right towards the cannibal CME.
The cannibal CME. Wow, that's quite a name. So these, as you guys can see, one burst out from the sun, and then another one burst out with much more power. So it's catching up to the first one, and they're sandwiching together, and they're going to hit at the same time. And then we have this coronal mass ejection, which is going to catch both of them and hit the Earth, all of them simultaneously. Oh, that's going to stir things up.
Basically, this is what's going on. The CME right here is moving much faster than the large CME in front of it. It's going to join with the larger CME. They're both going to impact the Earth at around the same time. When they do, like they did back in April of this year, it created a very long duration, strong G4 geomagnetic storm. Auroras were sent way down into the lower latitudes. That could happen again. You can see this big spike right here. That is a forecasted prediction of the plasma density associated with the cannibal CME situation. So we could see a large scale event here within the next 24 to 36 hours. The Ovation Prime. This is a graph right here that represents the Aurora Borealis and how far they could dip down into the southern latitudes. And don't be surprised if some of these auroras dip down into Kentucky, southern Missouri, quite possibly northern Arkansas.
Texas, maybe even deeper than that. So a lot.
Maybe even deeper than that. So many of us may be seeing aurora borealis. I've been up into Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and I saw them up there. Spectacular in the summertime, many years ago. I was doing a course up there, teaching tracking and intuitive skills and remote viewing and all that kind of crazy stuff. So it is possibly going to be seen by a good portion of America. Now, right now we have an iguana apocalypse that's happening in Florida. That's right, iguana apocalypse, which is basically what that means is when it gets really cold, which is happening now in Florida, 30, 32-degree temperatures deep down into Florida right now. You have the iguanas, which hang out in the trees. They basically freeze, not completely freeze, but they can't move anymore because all their blood, because they're reptiles, and so their blood gets centralized, and they can't move their muscles, so they collapse and they fall out of the trees. So, iguana apocalypse. That's what they call it. Poor iguanas. That's right. Hell bent. So that's they recover though. It warms up. The sun comes out and it warms them up, and then they scurry around again. So, but it is kind of interesting. I've never seen it myself, but I've seen it talked about quite some time. All right, so crazy stuff happening. Crazy stuff. Mike said that there was going to be winter would come early this year, and it definitely is. All right, so lots of craziness out there, and the craziness is not going to stop anytime soon. All right, so this craziness, I think, is going to continue for the next couple of years. So the Carrington event of 1859 was the most intense geomagnetic storm recorded in history, caused by a massive solar flare and coronal mass ejection from the sun. It resulted in spectacular auroras visible far beyond the polar regions and caused significant disruptions to telegraph systems on Earth. So expect, significant, disruptions going forward. Now, let's look at, what the experts say. Right? What do the experts say? Do solar flares or magnetic storms, space weather, cause earthquakes? All right. Can you predict earthquakes? No. Can animals predict earthquakes? Well, they didn't quite say no, but kind of said no. But of course, we know animals are very in tune, and they scurry away or get crazy just before earthquakes. So watch your animals. Can megaquakes really happen like a magnitude 10 or larger? No. All right. You guys are like on thin ice there. All right. Can the ground open up during an earthquake? Yes. I didn't say yes, but shallow crevices can form during earthquakes. Will California eventually fall into the ocean? No. So there you go, guys. Don't worry. California will not fall into the Pacific, right? Although many psychics in the past have said yes, but the experts say no. So, all right. So don't worry. It's no problem. So the Great Midwest Earthquake of 1811. So here's the experts again. You can trust your government. Ask any Indian. They'll tell you can trust their government. 200 years ago, a series of powerful tremblers devastated what is now Missouri. Could it happen again? So they say no. It was a freak event. So the screams of their frightened inhabitants running to and fro, not knowing where to go or what to do, the cries of the fowls and beasts of every species, the cracking of trees falling, formed a scene truly horrible. So the Mississippi River actually reversed, caused lots of flooding. So each New Madrid earthquake had a magnitude of 7.5 or greater, maybe a 10, right? So the first one struck on January 23rd, and February 7th was the second. So they talk about, these big, disasters and so forth. And it said, but 8-year-old Godfrey Lesueur saw the ground rolling in waves like a great loaf of bread to the height of many feet, right? So thousands of fissures ripped open fields, like USGS said that, yeah, it could happen. But here we have accounts of thousands of fissures, ripped open fields, and geysers burst from the earth, spewing sand, water, and mud and coal high into the air. All right, so sand blows tell a dramatic story. So they said geologists once assumed that the 1811-12 disaster was a one-time event and little cause for concern for the people. So again, you can trust the government. Ask any Indian, right? So then 2 decades ago, so this was well over 100 years, almost 150, 60, 70, 80, whatever, 200 years ago. 200 years later, they say, expert Mortitia Tuttle and her colleagues began dissecting sand flows in the 5 states surrounding New Madrid. The sand blows were left by geysers when debris surged up through narrow dikes and landed in wide mounds. Sand blows tell a dramatic story of the widespread shaking of these large earthquakes. So they excavated potsherds, spear points, and corn kernels, and realized that many of the sand blows were more than 200 years old. Oh, so it wasn't just a one-time freak event. Some had archaeological sites on top of them with 2,000-year-old artifacts. There's no way the New Madrid earthquakes were a one-time freak event, Tuttle says. The Midwest had been slammed by violent earthquakes around AD 1450 and 900 and 2350 BC, and probably more often. So if the government says that you do not have to worry, then you need to worry, right? Pretty much, right? So are we heading towards some significant earthquake events? Pretty much. All right, so now Dutch Sense, a lot of you guys have been following Dutch Sense like I have for, I don't know, a long time, 10 years, maybe eight years at least. And he's very accurate, very skilled, but he doesn't have a degree, so they discount his information. Although his information has been very, very good. In fact, it's so good that they often, take his videos down, kind of like they used to do mine, right? Let's listen.
So these charged particles come in and scuff their feet across the magnetosphere and further all the way in towards the Earth's upper ionosphere. And as the charged particles scuff their feet across the Earth's atmosphere or ionosphere, you get northern lights, a buildup of charge. That builds up electric up in the upper ionosphere. It starts to glow, air glow. You get the northern lights and the southern lights. Now that electricity goes down into the ground ultimately. And the ground isn't just the ground, it's the core of the Earth in this case. So we're talking about a boat.
All right, so the electricity, right, the energy goes down into the ground, right? Very important point.
Energy coming in, and it gets dumped into the magnetosphere, which then takes it down into the core of the Earth. And within a couple days of the arrival of the solar storm, or even less, in the same day, when the solar storm arrives, when the charged particles arrive, we tend to see a new beat of the drum come up from down below the plates, down in the core of the Earth. And electroplasma in the core of the Earth, like lightning times a billion, a trillion. I don't really know. It's somewhere between a billion and a trillion, let's just say. And so we have lightning coming up from the core of the Earth, electro, and it comes up to the underside of the plate, hammering in with a very low frequency. And that then gets us into, is there an earthquake?
All right. So all this energy that's coming at us is going to go into the Earth. It's already into the Earth. the Earth is already active. So it's like we have a fire going on in the Earth, and we're going to throw some serious nitroglycerin, it's like propane, gas, and coal, and so everything. We're dumping it all. We're dumping it all in there. And what do you think is going to happen? Right. So this is what we have coming.
Increase after solar storms. Yes. And we can see big earthquake activity. Now that gets into the other part of this. I was clicking on my homepage. I'm not going to do that now, but I saw there were warnings from other researchers saying that there's a potential of a mega quake taking place in Japan. Now, I'm not going to dispute that at all. Japan has been moving. It went up to 6.8 just a day and a half ago. We went to 6 yesterday. And so we're flirting between 6 and 6.8 already on the coast of Japan. Then down to the south, 5.1, 4.9, and up to the north, 4.9, 5.4. So it's two of the same sized earthquakes equidistantly spaced out across the plate boundary, which is not even evenly spaced. Let's go over to the USGS plate boundary map and show you what I'm talking about here. So other researchers warning for a mega quake to take place. When I hear mega quake, I hear 8+. Like that's just what I think of when I think of mega quake. It's not a definitive term for anything. So just a very large earthquake is what's being called for by other researchers. And I would say we need to watch it. Additionally, I mean, I'm not going to dispute them.
Okay. So remember, the government agency, USGS, says that you cannot predict earthquakes, right? Especially big earthquakes. And there can never be a 10.0 or 10 earthquake, right? So we'll see.
On this, that when we get 6.8 level activity going in the last day, along here, you see the H-shaped plate boundary here. It goes up to the north, up to Kamchatka, and it goes down to the south, all the way down to Guam, where our earthquake struck yesterday. Kamchatka broke 2.5, 3 months ago with an 8.0 right up here at Kamchatka. So this whole region has been in flux for 3 months. And now we have this taking place off the coast of Japan, 90 miles away from where the mega quake struck back in 2011. 90 miles south of here, where the current earthquake swarm is, right here, is where the 9.0 struck back on March 11th of 2011. And in the days leading up to the March 11th, 2011 mega quake in Japan, there was X-class flare activity coming off the western limb of the sun, the right side of the sun, somewhat like what we're seeing now in 2025. Earth-facing X-class flare with large CME and shock wave that goes out. So what are we going to look for here? I'm going to look for the next step up. We're already at 6.8. So the next step up for us means up to a magnitude larger. That takes us up to near 7.8 level activity. And then we can further reduce our areas to watch by finding the halfway points between our current earthquakes. And this gets into earthquake forecasting. If you want to know how to do your own earthquake forecasting, the directions are already out there. And I even shared a video this week from a different channel that's not related at all. They're doing audio acoustic sound wave tests, but these are small particles of styrofoam in a container where they're testing in a Kunsttube audio waves. But this same phenomenon is happening across thousands of miles with a very low frequency. So a very low frequency, you get the weak portion of the wave spreads out at a great distance. So it doesn't just end at the end of a Kunsttube, for instance, in a laboratory. But here, we're spreading out across a distance from Taiwan up to Kamchatka and over to Alaska. Same way, we're going down to the south across the plate boundary down towards Philippines. Let's go back over to the...
All right. So this is where Dutch gets into his forecasting, which has been extremely accurate in the past. Not perfect, but I would say he's in the 80, 90 percentile, right? So he's not necessarily intuitive, but he uses his own science that he's developed over time, which has worked extremely well. And then, of course, we have other experts that do have backgrounds into science and give us information like Stefan Burns. So one of the things that we have seen more recently, just over the last several months, and then more recently, just a couple of days ago, is Kilauea volcano has been really becoming more and more and more active.
I say this as a geologist and volcanologist. What you are looking at are twin 1,100-foot or 335-meter-high lava fountains produced at the summit of Hawaii's Kilauea volcano on November 9th, 2025. These dual vents were located in the southwestern segment of its summit caldera and erupted a truly stunning amount of lava. During the 297 minutes it continuously erupted for, enough lava was erupted every 5.3 seconds to hypothetically fill a full Olympic-sized swimming pool.
All right, so every 5 seconds is filling an Olympic-sized swimming pool. Whatever, right? So now imagine that magnified, I think, probably coming for a lot of these volcanoes around the world on a much more massive scale, right? So one of those that I've been predicting is going to go supernova is Camp Flegrei. So let's look at what's going on. So this could be it, guys. This new energy coming in could kick off Japan and could cook off Camp Flegrei.
Flegrei volcano update. Guys, I have been suspecting it, and now we have the confirmation. The new INGV weekly bulletin is out, and the measurements are accelerating, guys. The supervolcano in Naples, in Italy, is showing signs of accelerated unrest. And what will that mean, guys? We've talked about the ground uplift quite a lot in my recent videos, and I urge you to watch my last video about the new study that tells us what the earthquakes are doing with the volcano and how they weaken the crust, not by just shaking. There's something else going on because there is a different type of earthquakes going on. And what we've heard now from the bulletin plays right into that and makes the whole thing a little bit more concerning. So that video is in the end screen, but let's get to what really has happened. The ground uplift at Camp Flegrei has accelerated more strongly than anticipated.
So this ground uplift has been going on for not quite a year, but it's been accelerating. And you're going to see, she's going to give you a graph of that acceleration and how it's really lifting it so high that the port in Camp Flegrei is dry because the ground has lifted so much. So this has happened in a lot of other areas. When I was in Turkey, some of the old Roman cities, the ground uplifted, and they stopped being functional and people moved away, right? But they were once massive major cities. So will this just be an uplift, or will this be like the Naples explosion of energy coming out and ash and so forth? I think we're going to see an explosion, right? So the cap over Camp Flegrei, there's volcanic, one area that has a lot of magma under it is starting to crack from the pressure. So we're getting close to this thing blowing.
So they have corrected their data compared to the last bulletin, where the ground uplift was set to have raised from 1.5 centimeters a month to 2 centimeters a month. But now it is 2.5 centimeters a month. And you might think, well, what are you talking about? This is just a few millimeters in a hole of just a few inches. Guys, look at this. This is the Medusa station with the tide gauge that is measuring the unrest, and it's measuring the land rise. And you can see over the years how that has accelerated. We're approaching 1.60 meters. That's why the port of Pozzuoli is running dry. There's no water in there because the land is rising. This is significant. And guys, we had the unrest in May 2024, where the land rise had accelerated, and in February, March, where we had that seismic crisis at Camp Flegrei, non-stop earthquakes in the higher magnitude, 4.6.
All right, so that puppy's getting ready to blow. So if it gets a little bit more pressure and energy, which seems to be coming right now, And this might not be the only one. This could, invigorate it more. Make some more vents pop open, a little bit of volcanic seepage or so forth. And then we're going to get more and more and more. This is not going to stop, right? We're moving into a period where you look back into history, these periods have come, and you have the poles that are going to wander. The poles are wandering like crazy right now. And who knows, maybe they're going to reach another point, another level. Now, if you look at Siberia over the last, several decades, they've actually had woolly mammoths. So the woolly mammoth during the last cataclysmic event 12,000 years ago,